Welcome, everyone. It's 5 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and begin our meeting. If we could please start with a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Betancourt.
Here.
Council members Olson,
Here.
Bishop,
Here.
Loa,
Here.
and Alarcon. Commissioner Spaghetti
Here.
and Betts.
Here.
We have a quorum.
I believe Alarcon is here. I just think she stepped away for a minute. So, all right. Austin, if you would lead us in a pledge of allegiance, that would be great. Thank you. Everybody, please rise. Huh?
For Princess.
Oh, next, after the
We're going to do a brief moment of silence afterwards, so put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And right now, we're going to watch a cute critter video. And then we'll do the observances, and then we'll talk about his wife. I will. After the observances. Thank you for that. And if you wouldn't mind going over our acknowledged observances for the month of October?
The City of Palmdale would like to acknowledge the following observances: Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Crime Prevention Month, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, Code Enforcement Week, the 6th through the 10th, Mental Illness Awareness Week, the 5th through the 11th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to bring up the fact that tonight we're going to be adjourning the meeting in honor of Frances Hernandez. And Mr. Loa would like to say a few words about Mrs. Hernandez.
Yes, I would. Eugene Hernandez and Frances were married for 50 years. Frances was born in San Antonio in 1943, and she had 4 boys and 1 girl. She was a community activist, and I've known Jean since college days, back at Cal State Northridge in the 70s. And so it's right after that period of time that Eugene got married with Frances. One of her sons was brutally murdered, and she then, because of her grief, and as other people have done in this community when they have suffered a loss like that, they spring into action. And she organized a group called the San Fernando Chapter of Parents of Murdered Children. She had meetings at Pueblo y Salud, which is an organization that exists here in here in Palmdale, but also exists down in the San Fernando Valley. And during those meetings, many people would attend that because so many people have suffered the loss of a child due to homicide. So she helped organize these meetings of parents of murdered children in San Fernando, but she also traveled around the state, and she organized one in San Francisco. She became a preschool teacher, and she sponsored children's sport teams. So I think that it is only becoming that as a result of the activism, she pursued trying to find who the killer of her son was, and there was a reward posted, and eventually the killer was located in Chicago, Illinois. He was an undocumented alien. He was arrested, he was prosecuted, he was convicted, and he was sentenced to 37 years in prison. I'm not sure if that's 37 years fixed or if 37 years to life. but she had that great suffering that she carried with her. But she always handled herself in a very dignified way, very active in the community, as well as Jean. She was Jean's partner in community activities, as well as being involved in the church and doing other things of that kind. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think that it's only fitting that we close the meeting in the memory of Frances Hernandez.
Absolutely. And on behalf of the entire council, you have our condolences, sir. We're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we're going to move to item number 4, presentations. 4.1 is the California Voting Rights Act presentation.
Madam
Oh,
Chair,
sorry.
as a matter of order, I know that we're going to hear the presentation. Ordinarily, traditionally, we don't receive public comment in the aftermath of presentations. But given the magnitude and the importance of this issue and this presentation, I'd like to make a motion and suggest to the chair that we open up to the public the opportunity to provide public comment in response to the presentation on the California Voting Rights Act and its implication on our ability to go out for an at-large mayor, and then ask our presenter to respond generally to all of our public commenters. So that would be my motion. It's at the discretion of the chair, but if there's any support for that, I think that the public should be afforded the opportunity to comment in response to the presentation.
I intend to let the public comment after the presentation, but I also wanted, since I find my notes, to let the public know that we do have translation services available for those that need it. So if you give me just 1 minute, I will hopefully find the paperwork that tells you how to get your translation on your phone.
So, Madam Chair looks for those notes, are there parameters for the public comment in the aftermath of the presentation in terms of time, so that our
It'll be comments, and it won't be a give and take, unless there's something specific that he can answer quickly. Oh, I guess we should ask the attorney, sorry.
You would do 2 or 3 minutes, whatever you think is appropriate.
Okay, so so I think what, do you want to just share what you had envisioned in terms of the presentation?
Hello. Okay, so I envisioned or proposed format was a 10 to 15-minute presentation from attorney Mr. Kevin Shankman, and then the opportunity for the public to comment. At the conclusion of those comments, Attorney Shankman would be able to address anything that came up, and then also a moment for council discussion and questions as well.
Okay.
So for each public commenter, 2 or 3 minutes, what is the will of the chair or the council?
I'm going to go with 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, so I'm happy to support a 2-minute per person in response to this presentation only.
And Madam Clerk, I apologize. I have lost the notes on how to get the translation services on people's phones. Do you have it available, or can you tell them where to find it? I apologize.
We do have the instructions out in the lobby. We have flyers out there for everyone out in the foyer. So there's instructions on how to actually use the AI translation.
Okay, so they have to do the QR code, and then it will translate into
Right.
the language of their choice, because I think it does
Exactly.
like 60 languages. Okay. And if anybody is struggling with that, come on in and we'll see if we can't help you get that downloaded. And then, Mr. Shankman, I'm sorry, I forgot one more announcement. For anyone who is interested in getting some vaccines, Thursday, October 16th, at the Children's Resource Center at 2072 East Palmdale Boulevard, they're going to be offering vaccines for the flu, diphtheria, polio, hepatitis B, varicella. There's a whole list of vaccines that you can get for free if you or your children need them. If you need more information, please let me know, and I'll make sure you get that information. Now I'm done, Mr. Shankman. I apologize, so you can begin your presentation.
Microphone.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Betancourt, members of the council. It is always a pleasure to be in Palmdale, despite the hour-and-a-half drive each way.
Sorry.
I really do enjoy this, and it's surprisingly good weather. So, and it's always good to see all of you. So in school, we're taught that democracy means whoever gets the most votes wins, but the rules of an election can oftentimes dictate the result. I think most of us are familiar with the Electoral College. the winner of the popular vote, who gets most votes for president, is not necessarily becoming the president. And likewise, if an incumbent demands city staff reject nominating papers after the county registrar validates the signatures, leaving no challengers at all, well, that dictates the result as well. The California Voting Rights Act deals with the at-large election system, and I've created just a sample city of red people and blue people, not intended to be Democrats or Republicans. Somehow we've gotten so tribalistic in this country that we have colors assigned to one another. But this could be really groups of any ilk, political, racial, anything at all. And let's suppose that this city has 30 red people and 20 blue people. And if it's electing in an at-large system 5 seats, the red people put up 5 candidates, the blue people put up 5 candidates. All the red people vote for the red candidates, all the blue people vote for the blue candidates, results in each of the red candidates getting 30 votes, each of the blue candidates getting 20 votes. The top 5 vote getters are all of the red candidates, and the council is 5 red members and 0 blue. This is the problem that the California Voting Rights Act is intended to address. Now take that same city with a district election system. Same city, in fact, the same voting patterns, but now divided in 5 equal population districts. The result is quite different. In districts 1, 2, and 3, there is a majority of red voters, and so the red candidates win in each of those 3 seats. But now, in districts 4 and 5, the blue candidates, each of those districts are majority blue, and the blue candidates win those districts. And what you end up with is a much more proportional city council, 3 red members, 2 blue members, matching the population. So the California Voting Rights Act was enacted in 2002, introduced by Senator Richard Polanco, pictured there with a gentleman that I hope everyone recognizes. And the California Voting Rights Act, it has 3 elements to show a violation that we'll talk a little bit about. An at-large method of election, racially polarized voting, and dilution. We talked a little bit about an at-large method of election. We'll get into that in a little bit greater depth. Racially polarized voting is really just what the constituent words say, that different racial groups, voting behavior is different. Non-Hispanic whites prefer one set of candidates, Latinos prefer another set of candidates. And then dilution, according to the California Supreme Court, is simply that there is some alternative lawful election system that would give that minority group the ability to elect at least 1 member to the city council. So the at-large method of election is really important to this discussion concerning the mayor. And the California Voting Rights Act defines at-large method of election as including any election system that has even 1 member elected at large. So the text of the statute, it's in subdivision 3 here, one that combines at-large elections with district-based elections is an at-large method of election. And that is, in fact, consistent with the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the court cases addressing it. In Dillard versus Crenshaw County, for example, the 11th Circuit rejected, as violating the Federal Voting Rights Act, a system where there were to be 5 district-elected council commissioners, or what we would call here in California supervisors, but the chair would be elected at large. Having any seats out of the reach of minority voters is vote dilution, and the courts have disfavored those. And because we're here in Palmdale, it's also important to have some background on Palmdale and the California Voting Rights Act. I see Mayor Betancourt was the one member of the council that was maybe some bad memories, maybe some good ones.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. It's a good way of putting it. You know, the city of Palmdale is famous for aerospace, and in some sense, it's also famous for this too. In 2012, a California Voting Rights Act case was filed against the city of Palmdale when it refused to go to district elections. And in 2013, that case went to trial, and in fact, it was the first California Voting Rights Act case to go to trial, even though that statute had been around at that point for a little bit over a decade. The trial court ruled in favor of the plaintiffs, found that the City of Palmdale's at-large elections for its city council violated the California Voting Rights Act and permanently enjoined the city from imposing any election system, any election that was not in conformity with the judgment. The city appealed, and the trial court's injunction was affirmed. And then what's a little bit unusual, the California legislature the following year in 2015 actually codified the holding in that case, and specifically that it does not matter what it says in a city charter, the California Voting Rights Act controls over any conflicting city charter. The result of that change to district elections, the first district elections were held in 2016 in Palmdale, and this gentleman, who has an office just across the parking lot, was elected. He was the first Latino preferred by Latino voters in the city of Palmdale to be elected, and he was re-elected in 2018. Then every 10 years, there's a decennial census, and all of the jurisdictions that have district elections have to redistrict, right? Because the population changes, and you need equal population districts, so you draw new districts. And that process in the city of Palmdale was an interesting one, to say the least. There was an advisory committee. The advisory committee suggested some maps. The council didn't like those maps, went back. The advisory committee, I believe, suggested those same maps again, and it came back. And the council was ready to adopt what was the NDC pink map. And that probably would have been the end of it, but Council Member Loa at the time said, from the dais, the reason I'm interested in the pink map is the other maps put two of us, Council Member Bishop and Council Member Loa, into the same district. And the problem with that is that the Fair Maps Act says that the districting body shall not adopt election district boundaries for the purpose of favoring or discriminating against an incumbent. So saying, I like this because it divides me and this other council member is favoring an incumbent or favoring multiple incumbent council members. The other problem is that the trial court's judgment in Howragee versus City of Palmdale had already said considering incumbent residents is not appropriate. So with that statement, we were able to go to court on a motion to enforce the judgment. And as a resolution to that motion, the city agreed by a vote of 4-1 to adopt a 5-district map. And that's pictured, and that's the map that the city of Palmdale has been using ever since. And the city adopted that map through an ordinance, Ordinance 1579. The reason that the city was able to go to 5 districts without a vote of the electorate, just do it by a council ordinance, is because of Assembly Bill 2220 passed in 2016. And the digest provides a quick summary of that bill. This bill allows any city that elects its city council at large to enact an ordinance switching its election method to by district without obtaining voter approval. The result of that 5-district map is the election of the first Latina preferred by Latino voters. And so having a 5th district further improved the voting power of Latino residents in the city of Palmdale. So one might think the city went to 5 districts by means of an ordinance, so it must be able to go back via an ordinance. Not so. Government Code Section 34886 goes only one way. The legislature favors district elections. It does not allow going in the opposite direction. Again, the digest summary of the bill, this bill allows any city that elects its council at large to enact an ordinance switching its election method to by district without obtaining voter approval, but does not provide the same for going in the opposite direction. And in fact, further to this point, Government Code Section 34886 also requires an ordinance adopted pursuant to this section shall include a declaration that the change in the method of electing members of the legislative body is being made in furtherance of the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act. Well, the California Voting Rights Act is all about going from at-large to districts, not the other way around. If you were to take a district-elected seat and change it to an at-large seat, that could not possibly be said to be furthering the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act. So, if it can't be done by a council ordinance, maybe it can be done through a voter initiative. I've seen Steve Hoffbauer suggest this as a charter amendment on Facebook. And I know when I'm looking for legal advice, I often go to either Facebook or Steve Hoffbauer. And here we have both. But no, actually a voter initiative is not available either. And this is a little bit more complicated. The key case here is Committee of 7,000 versus Superior Court from 1988. It's a California Supreme Court opinion. And in that case, some of you may recall, Orange County didn't have toll roads, didn't have a whole lot of roads at all connecting things, and traffic was even worse than it is now. So the legislature decided to delegate the authority to city councils in the county of Orange to establish fees that would fund toll roads and other roads in Orange County. Some very anti-tax folks in the city of Irvine decided they didn't like this, and they proposed an initiative to prohibit their city council from doing what the legislature said they could do. And they sought to do this through a charter amendment. The court said, no, you can't, the voters can't take away a power from the city council that the legislature has delegated to the city council. So in the case of district elections, the legislature has delegated to city councils through Government Code 34886, Assembly Bill 2220, the ability to go from an at-large system to a by-district system without obtaining voter approval. It would be unlawful for the voters to seize that power back through a voter initiative for the same reasons as in Committee of 7,000. So I also want to address the elephant in the room, which is why are we talking about this at this point? And, you know, I've known these folks pictured here for over a decade, and I've talked to them about this issue, particularly Mr. Paris, many times. And I get the sense that some council members and the public look to Lancaster sometimes and think that the dictatorship that they have over there is a shining example of how Palmdale should operate. But an at-large mayor really solves nothing for the city of Palmdale. It would not have prevented Marvin Christ and Councilmember Loa directing Rhonda Perez to send $10 million to Lancaster without council approval. In fact, the only difference is with the at-large elected mayor, the council members couldn't have removed the mayor title for abuse of power or embarrassing the city. and we see that in Lancaster. So I will conclude with that, and I look forward to a discussion and whatever questions anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very informative. That's a complicated topic, and you made it understandable, so I appreciate you doing that. Now I will go ahead and call for public comments on this topic. Does anybody have cards put in, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do, Mayor Pro Tem. We have Michelle.
Hi. I don't know that I'm ready for this one. I didn't understand all of it.
Hang on one second. We're going to lower the podium for you.
Oh,
Make it a little easier for you. He's a very tall person. Just stand up. There you go. That's better. Okay.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to go over what you just showed in my brain. We had a fair system. We had a mayor. It was voted by the voters, and everybody worked with him just fine. So I don't really get the voting for each other thing. That part I don't get. I don't even get the district thing because I see separating the people. The mayor should be for the whole city, not just one district, and the council members, not just for one district. So that's just my opinion. I wasn't really quite ready for this one, so I'll read you something. How's that? We residents are opposed to not being able to vote for our city mayor. Most of us have been and still are residents of Palmdale for many years. If the council will not do this on their own, we are prepared to sign a petition to have this on the ballot for the vote. We are hopeful the city council will go back to our rights as citizens to vote for our mayor without the need for this petition and ballot. And then there's statements, Catherine Schaefer called, Kahl. I was a resident for over 70 years in the city of Palmdale, having moved just 3 years ago out of state. I was appalled to hear that the residents can no longer have a vote for their mayor. My father, Don Kahl, Kahl, was the first honorary mayor of Palmdale, so our family was very active in the city politics. I worked for the city for many years under Mayor Pete Knight, who is a staunch supporter of the right to vote. I hope you will return this right to all residents of Palmdale. I was hopeful to attend this meeting tonight while I am in town, but we have family meeting about my husband's medical issue. There's also Kevin and Patricia call. I am the son.
Your time is up, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Is it up?
Yes,
Okay.
thank
Well,
you.
anyway, you may
Want to put that in the
want a
record?
copy of this?
Yeah, you
or-
can give it to the city clerk and she'll put it in the record.
Okay, and thank you.
We have Colleen M. Colleen.
Hello, I'm not good at public speaking, so we'll try this. Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Colleen McGrain. I've lived here since 1988, back when Palmdale actually was a place to call home, when people respected law enforcement and other people's possessions. My first statement is, we once had a mayor that was voted on by the people. The first I voted for was Pete Knight. Now we have no real mayor. Show us where any political servant, and yes, you are servants of the people, especially one with not one but 2 titles, got anything done in 1 year. It's impossible. Bring back our vote and a designated mayor that doesn't have a district and a city, but just a city to think of. My second statement is, in past meetings, Councilman Olson has told lies and accusations about myself and my fellow PFC members. Yes, I roll my eyes often.
Ma'am,
Probably
now is
doesn't.
the time for the voters' rights topic. You can come back to that at.
I can?
Yes.
Okay.
When we have non-agenda items, you can talk about
Okay.
that.
I
So-
thought I couldn't come back again after speaking
Well, no,
once.
it's a different section. so
Okay, thank you.
This is just on the voter rights. Thank you.
We have Jason Zink.
Good day, council. I guess Shankman just said what we all know is that Loa and Bishop went against the Fair Election Act by doing favoritism and voting for them to have their own separate district. The citizens of Palmdale wanted the west side to be on its own separate district. And you guys went against the people, the Citizen Districting Committee. So you, Loa, and Mr. Bishop should resign in shame and because you broke the law. The other thing is, we want a mayor elected at large every 2 years so that person can be held accountable by the people every 2 years for any actions he does that goes against the people. That's why we vote for a mayor every 2 years. This agenda item should have been new business. It's like you guys can't even put together a proper agenda. You know this people would want to speak on this. You know you'd want to hear from the public, right? I'm just so tired of the incompetency, the recklessness, the shame that this city council brings to this city. And I'm talking about all 5 members. And it needs to stop. This political favoritism, this playing games with people's lives and with the people of Palmdale, and just a shame that you bring to Palmdale City. We're known as a joke. We're not known for being a great city. In fact, everywhere you look, everything's incompetent, from the roads to everything, to the way you guys put down an agenda. You guys know what we want. We want at-large mayor elections every 2 years, and we want 4, or maybe you could do 6 council seats.
Thank you, Council. I had some reservations about the Voting Act side, but when I saw that picture there, disgraceful, putting Mayor Loa's picture there under investigation, was that necessary? It's embarrassing. Whoever was responsible for put under Mr. Loa's name under investigation should be ashamed of himself. But since when we're going to bring outside parasites to get advice, people who sued us and get almost $7 million out of City of Palmdale, and you're bringing him here to seek advice from him? Embarrassing. It's a shame. Shame on those who brought him, invited him here. I don't want him in the city. He sued the city and he got $7 million, and you guys are listening to him? He's got an agenda. I appreciate if you get him the hell out of here. But one more thing, we still don't want to vote for our own mayor. We don't want this rotating baloney. Thank you.
We have Jasper Margaret.
And please keep the clapping down. We can't have that.
I am pro the California Voter Act because I think it will make voting for a mayor more representative of our whole city, and that's all I had to say. Thanks.
We have Louis Murit.
We used to vote every 2 years, and now every 4 years. Things have been going down streets, especially. I haven't seen streets being done. We prefer to go every 2 years. Don't mind districting or a mayor, but every 2 years voting. That's all I have. Thank you.
We have Roger Soderstadt.
So as the gentleman mentioned in the presentation, it may be difficult to find a way forward to change how we elect our mayor. And so we've spent a lot of time and money and effort on something that I told you at a previous meeting it was a stupid idea. Rotating it is much more effective. That way, everybody gets a chance. And if there's somebody I don't like, they'll be gone at the end of the year. I won't have them for 15 or 20 years. or even 2 terms, 8 years or something. So forget all this. Rotate. You. Okay, done. That's it. We don't need any fancy plans. We don't need attorneys to tell us this works. It already worked. It was fine. Thank you.
We have no more speaker cards on this section.
I have a question, if I may.
Is it on this section?
Sorry, guys. Rich Gallego from the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. I do think that there are other attorneys who are well-versed in the California Voters' Rights Act that you guys could have had come here. It's a little bit of an insult to some of the people of Palmdale to have Mr. Shankman do this. But having said that, I thank you for the presentation. It was elucidating. I do have one question. There, if I'm not mistaken, there was an article in the AV Press where Julie Drake said that the judge, whose name I believe was Mooney, in his decision said that this wouldn't affect the at-large mayor. So my question is, based on what Mr. Shankman said, if one at-large position makes it an at-large system, was the judge's decision flawed? And if so, should it not be revisited? Thank you.
Can I let Mr. Shankman respond?
Well, I think one more speaker, and then we can get him to do all of them.
I'd love to hear what he has to say about that.
If you don't mind? Thank you.
So in some sense, Mr. Gallego is correct. And as you may recall, from 2016 through 2021, there was in fact an at-large elected mayor. I believe first Mr. Ledford and then Mr. Hoffbauer. So it is not the judgment in that case per se that prevents the city of Palmdale from having an at-large elected mayor. It is the fact that the city of Palmdale has gone to a 5-district election system, and there is no legal way to go back, irrespective of the judgment. I think the judgment is important nonetheless, that there is racially polarized voting and vote dilution caused by at-large races in the city of Palmdale. This may be getting a little bit into the weeds here, but also circumstances change. So back in, I think it was the end of 2013, when when Judge Mooney was considering, do we have 4 districts and an at-large mayor? Do we have 5 districts? And it was also presented with a series of different maps. At that time, you with either 4 districts or 5 districts, you could have no more than 2 majority Latino eligible voter districts. And I think that weighed heavily on Judge Mooney's decision to maintain the at-large elected mayor at that time. Circumstances change, demographics change. So under the current 5-district plan, there's actually 3 majority Latino districts, districts 3, 4, and 5. So if you were to go to a 4-district system, then you very well probably would eliminate one of those 3 Latino majority districts. That wasn't the case at the time.
Thank you. Mike Ross.
So thank you for that, Michael Ross, PFC. Thank you for that. That was really cool. I'd just like to say that clearly you know your business, and we appreciate that. But he's not the only game in town. We plan on hiring our own. We're out of town. We are going to hire our own attorney to take a look at this, because I think that we got voted into a hole by you guys. If what he's saying is correct, you decided to change how we did things from the original judgment, and took it upon yourselves to take an action that clearly the citizens didn't know about, and I think that's unfortunate. So thank you. I do agree it was unfortunate you did what you did on that one slide, but there's clearly an agenda, I agree. And I think it's something that we need to really look at and continue to look at, not just take one person, obviously learned man's point of view, but we need other points of views that also can come and give us other information, and we'll pay for that.
I think we would be happy to have whatever attorney you find also do a presentation. That way we have.
We bring our own presentation.
an attorney can bring in a presentation.
So we
Yeah.
can have an attorney.
Yeah, we would have to schedule it, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Same item. Voting item.
You already talked.
Spoke on this item already.
Same item.
Come on up. You know what? Let's just,
Well, there's a lot of confusion.
there it is. It's very
I just
complicated.
want
Yeah,
to
it's very
let it out of
complicated.
my system. Please, I don't want to hear anymore. You're Latino. You're Latino. You're black. You're white. You're an Arab, Yule. I don't want to hear that crap anymore. We're Americans. Can we put this crap away once and for all? Whose agendas are divide, deceive, and conquer? This is baloney. We're all city of Palmdale. We want to vote for our own mayor. I don't want to hear, you're a Latino. No, you're an American. I'm not an Arab. I'm an American. If you can't take it, get the hell out of here.
You're a racist.
So let me just say this. Okay, guys, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Then we've got a question.
I just want to say that when we talk about the three Latino districts as 3, 4, and 5, I'm 3. My district loves me. They voted me in 5 times, and I plan on running again. Just because my district is heavily Latino doesn't mean they don't like white people or that they won't vote for white people. You just have to provide a service to your community and make sure that they're getting their needs met. Mr. Eric Olson is in District 4, which is a heavily Latino community. He's also, I'm assuming, white, and he's been voted in at his election by the Hispanic community. So just because they're Latino communities doesn't mean they're always going to vote Latino. If we're giving the service that we need to give, I don't think it matters what color we are. I just want to say that. Mr. Harris, did you want to, you want to talk some more, or?
So I'll be
Okay.
very brief.
Oh, that's fine, I'm sorry.
And actually, Mayor Betancourt, you probably said most of what I was going to say better than I could have. It does not matter the race of the candidate. What it's about is giving the minority community the ability to elect a candidate of its choice. And, you know, but I have to add here, and maybe this is getting a little bit out of the topic, but, you know, being black in this country has meant something. Being Latino in this country has meant something. All of a sudden, we want to be blind to those things that have meant something in this country, mostly in deleterious ways. We want to forget that ever happened and just start from scratch as if it never happened.
Can I say something?
Yes, Mr. Loa.
I'd like to point out that every.
Mr. Harris will be next.
I'd like to point out that every wave of immigration since the inception of this country, and before, as a matter of fact, the Irish, the Italians, the Polish, every immigration group has been put down by the majority. Every immigration group has been hated. We have offensive words that are based on some of those hatreds. So it's not just been African Americans and Hispanics. I'm a Latino, okay? Every one of us has come to this country in the hopes and the expectation that America lives up to its promise. Freedom, individual liberty, opportunity. There are those who criticize this nation that are welcoming the people that are coming into the country unlawfully. They're saying that we're a racist, homophobic, anti-immigrant, anti-Latino country, and yet the people keep coming. And the ones that are coming now are coming through a legal process. But they keep coming, despite all the rantings and ravings about nation of America being a racist, homophobic country. Nothing could be further from the truth. So all of the different waves of immigrants, whether they be Greeks from Eastern Europe, from Poland, from Italy, from Ireland, have all faced the same thing. And what's happened is the assimilation into the fabric of the United States of America and has created the culture that we have today. And indeed, Latinos are part of that. The Latinos are part of that, and it's ever changing. Latinos have added a lot to this nation. Latinos have added a lot to the defense of this nation, along with every other American group. When you go into the military, you're not being looked at as anything other than the fact that you're here to defend this nation. And we have done it honorably, all of us together as Americans. So in response to the statement that was just made, I say every immigrant group has faced similar discrimination and oppression, and yet each group has survived and has integrated and has assimilated into this country. And I want to say one more thing.
Is it related to the Voter Rights Act?
One more thing. Well, some people go on without even asking for permission. I do ask for permission. In 2001, I was elected to the council for the first time. That was an at-large election. When we were looking at election results that night, I was losing. I was losing because the precincts that had come in at that point in time were the west side, which was majority white. And I saw that because I was looking at the Palmdale School District, which is primarily located on the east side, that those votes had not yet come in. And I said, let's just wait until Palmdale School District vote comes in. And that made it, that changed it. So when you talk about I forget how they quoted it, but a Latino preferred candidate or whatever, those precincts on the east side supported me in my election in 2001. And I got elected as a result of that, regardless of what you might say, Mr. Shane.
So Councilmember Loa, we actually did an ecological regression analysis in Howragee versus City of Palmdale concerning the election that you referenced. I believe you ran in one election, you won, you ran in the next election and for re-election and lost, if I'm not mistaken.
No. I ran in 2000 in a special election, okay, to replace two council members, if I recollect. I did not win, and that was a one-year election.
Okay, so
I got elected the second time around.
I had it reversed, right? So you.
By the way, I was not the first Latino elected to the council. There was one before me.
Okay, so
during an at-large system.
In our ecological regression analysis, we were able to estimate group voting behavior, and actually in the first election, which you're right, you lost that one. You actually were supported by Latino voters in that election, and you lost. In the subsequent election that you did prevail in, you were not supported by Latino voters. Your level of support dropped off dramatically. Now, I don't know the reasons for that. I wasn't involved in the city of Palmdale at that time. But one thing that comes to mind is perhaps myself, a white man, having to say to you that how could you, as a Latino council member, not watch TV and see people being beaten up, arrested, detained indefinitely because of the color of their skin and the language that they speak.
No way.
Okay. First of all, just a
So
second.
we're off topic. We're off topic. No more. No more. Mr. Harris, I think you wanted to speak. Do you still want to speak? You're not? Okay. All right.
I really need to say one thing.
Is it voter related to the
It's voter
Voting
related,
Rights
of
Act?
course it's
That
voter
was not.
related, yeah.
All right. Mike
Okay.
is yours. Let's do it.
First of all, I was watching those precincts coming in 2001. I walked in 2001 up until 8 o'clock at night, which is when the polls close. And I knew that once those east side polls came in, that I was going to prevail that. I beat an incumbent. I beat a lieutenant in the sheriff's department. And I knew that the west side was going against me. And then the east side votes started coming in, and I discerned that by looking at the results from the Palmdale School District. And the results from the Palmdale School District hadn't come in yet. They came in later. And you cannot tell me that those weren't Latino majority precincts coming in, because that's exactly what they were. So I just want to say that one thing,
All
and
right.
that's that.
All right, any other speakers on the Voter Rights Act presentation?
I'd like a question for clarification.
Come on up. And then Felix, you're next.
So, again, we hear this term minorities. In California, the largest racial group is Latinos. It's, I think, 38%, I believe. In Palmdale, it's 63% or thereabouts. So my question is, are we still calling Latinos minorities here? I just want to know how this works, and I'm not being sarcastic. I'm a little confused. What is the metric that we're using? Nationwide, they're a minority, but not in California, not in Palmdale. So if we're making law here based on minority, shouldn't we kind of readjust to the actual numbers?
So another excellent question, Mr. Gallego. While you mentioned that Latinos are a plurality in California, right, the largest ethnic group, that's by population. When you start getting into eligible voters or registered voters or actual voters who turn out, Latinos are still a minority in California. With respect to Palmdale, I take your word that it is about 62% by population Latinos, but that number, that percentage goes down when you're only talking about voting age population, 18 or over, because the Latino community tends to be younger. It goes down even further when you're talking about eligible voters, because Latinos have a larger proportion non-citizens and therefore not eligible to vote. There's also still, despite some excellent reforms by then Secretary of State Padilla, there is still a lower registration rate among Latinos and still a lower rate of turnout. And so when you're talking about the impact of an at-large election system, the relevant number is who's turning out to vote, whether they're able to because of their age, their citizenship status, something else, or a variety of other reasons. Oftentimes, we see that groups, the turnout rate is depressed because of a sense of futility, right? If you lose one election after another, at some point, a rational person decides, you know what, I'm not going to do this anymore. And so that rate decreases as well. So that's just to address the point about Latinos being a minority in the state of California and Palmdale.
And not to be argumentative, but it's a sincere question. So if you're going to talk about things like that, there are plenty of non-Latinos that feel like it's not worth voting for the same reasons. Do we factor those into the numbers? And if somebody chooses of their own volition not to take part in the process, why should we give them a leg up because they choose to sit it out? That makes no sense to me.
Well, so we're really not talking about a leg up. We're talking about having a fair system that allows every group.
If you choose not to, then that's your decision.
Okay, so we're talking about having a fair system that allows every group to elect a candidate of its choice. And I'd add to this, you know, Congress has been.
Some are more equal than others.
So Congress is.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and conclude this conversation. Thank you all for your participation. It's very illuminating. I think we've learned a lot. And Felix, you want to come up? You're the last speaker, so come on up. Do you need a translator, Mr. Felix? Is it working?
So we have
okay.
the system working now, but how do the people who, it's going to be up there?
Buenas noches. Bueno, lo que estoy escuchando sobre las elecciones, de querer traer elección de un alcalde, creo que es absurdo seguir perdiendo el dinero como antes lo hicieron. Yo creo que tenemos 5 concejales donde lo mejor que pueden hacer es la rotación, que era lo que se había dicho desde un principio. Desde que se hizo distritos Palmdale, hemos tenido la oportunidad de tener 2 latinos en las sillas. El traer de nuevo el alcalde nos quita y nos limita a la comunidad latina la participación de tener candidatos a estas sillas. Por lo tanto, yo creo que no es necesario. Ya están 5 concejales, solamente de trabajar en equipo por el bien común de nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, and with that, we'll conclude that topic. Now we have item number 4.2.
I don't know if
Yes?
there was an opportunity for council discussion or
Oh,
if anybody,
council?
I just wanted to just, one final question for Mr. Shankman.
Sorry,
but
I apologize.
But before I do, no worries. One, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Shankman for coming out here. It's no secret that Mr. Shankman and I are co-counsel on a variety of cases. I do not work for his firm. I was not of record and counsel on the Palmdale case, so I just want to say that at the outset so that there's clarity for the record. But the reason why, I just want to bring everybody back to the reason why we asked Mr. Shankman to come here of his own time. We did not pay him and to prepare that presentation, but also to inform our community, was because we as a council and in collaboration with our city attorney, we're trying to find the fastest ways to get the most accurate information on how we can move forward. The city attorney had noted that it might take months to come back with a very, a thoughtful sort of evaluation of the California Voting Rights Act. We might have to consult with outside counsel. We might have to retain other firms. That could take months. We wanted to get answers to you as soon as possible. And so my suggestion to the council, and the council concurred, that we ask if he would be willing to come and speak to us and inform our community about the California Voting Rights Act, its history, and its implications on the city of Palmdale. Mr. Kevin Shankman is not just an ordinary attorney when it comes to election law or the California Voting Rights Act. He is the leading attorney in the state of California. He won all the way up to the Supreme Court. And so him spending time here with us, sharing the history of the California Voting Rights Act, exploring the opportunities and the alternatives that have been proposed, and providing his thoughts. Whether we want to get additional counsel, of course we can do that. That option still is on the table. But we wanted to get as much information to our community as soon as possible at no expense to be added to our city. So I want to again thank Mr. Shankman for taking of his time to come and provide that presentation. But just to sum it all up, we've had several proposals on the table. We'll revert back to 4 council districts and then have an at-large mayor. I think Councilmember Loa suggested maybe moving to 6 or 7 council districts. At one point he said maybe get rid of my district. I don't know, and then adding an at-large mayor. There were a lot of proposals that were sort of put out there. But I think maybe Mr. Shankman, can you just sort of in one concise sort of answer all of those proposals, whether it's 4 districts, 5 districts, 6 districts, 7 districts, any of those with an at-large mayor, are from your legal perspective, are those viable options?
Just one second. I've never advocated for removing District 5. I've never done that.
Okay, we can beg to differ.
For the city of Palmdale, there is no legal path to having any at-large positions on the city council going forward. Now, this may not have been exactly the question, but I see no reason why the city of Palmdale could not, through, for example, a charter amendment, increase the size of its council if the city decided that the growth of the city of Palmdale over the last 60 years now warrants having 7 members or 9 members on the city council. There's no reason that can't be done through a charter amendment, but having even one at-large elected member is not a possibility.
Can I ask you a question? Don't leave. So I just want to make sure I understand. So when people say we're going to get signatures, we're going to get it on the ballot, we're going to vote for it, even if they voted for it and it won, it doesn't outweigh the legislature as it's currently written.
Yeah.
So it couldn't happen. Even if they voted for it to happen, it couldn't happen.
Right. In fact, the Committee of 7,000 case that I mentioned in the presentation, what happened there is they went out and got signatures and qualified, and then there was a court case, and the court actually prevented it from even going on the ballot. So that is probably the most likely outcome in the city of Palmdale if it were to go down that road as well, probably at great cost to everyone.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the council?
I just wanted to make a statement. My position has not changed on the way we govern ourselves. Most of the cities in LA County function this way. this board agreed on going back to this system. When this city was incorporated in August 24th, 1962, this is the same system that Larry Chimbole and the founding members of Palmdale had. It wasn't until the late 80s or 90s was it switched back, and then we had mayors for a very long period of time, a couple mayors for a very long period of time until we switched back. So the last thing I would want to do as a council member is subject this city to any more litigation and cost the city millions of dollars. I'd rather put the money in improving the streets, the parks, the sidewalks, and making the city more livable and the best quality possible. I don't want to spend any more of the city's taxpayers' money in the courtroom. So my position has not changed.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 4.2, which is a presentation on our homelessness. So come on up, Sophie. Thank you so much. Everybody take a deep breath. And let it out.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and Commissioners. Let me get this straight. We are providing homelessness report for 2025. In 2025, I'm hearing it duplicate here. Is that okay? The homeless count had 122 total sheltered persons, 76 total unsheltered persons not in a dwelling, and 184 total dwellings. And this compared to the 2024 numbers, which we've added to the slide from the one that was published, it shows that the total sheltered has not changed. 175 total unsheltered persons last year with a reduction of 99 in the current year count. There were 683 total dwellings, reducing to 184 total dwellings in the current year. Countywide, it has been reported that the numbers of homelessness have been reduced. The city, the county have all working towards doing what we can to increase prevention and to reduce the numbers. The Department of Housing has actually, it's the city of Palmdale, has the homeless plan, which was updated in 2023. And its goals are to prevent episodes of homelessness, to assist homeless individuals and families, to empower local service providers, and to develop an approach to track city, local service providers, and community support group progress. And we do collect information from our partners, and our community partners, including Valley Oasis, Mental Health America, AVPH, LASA, Advancing Communities Together, Victory Outreach, all work together and also have programs individually to have prevention, to assistance, to help those to prevent homelessness, to be rehoused, and to move forward in a sustainable manner through workforce development and other programs. So the programs include tenant-based rental assistance for seniors who are among our most vulnerable as the rents are going up and their incomes go up a little bit, but not as much as the rents have recently. We have the rapid rehousing programs, which we partner with Salvation Army to administer. Food pantries, there are more than one in our area, including Saves. And we do workforce development through Valley Oasis and Advancing Communities Together. Valley Oasis concentrating on adults, and Advancing Communities Together on youth. Teaching them skills, getting work experience so that they're sustainable and being able to pay rent and be able to get sustainable housing. We also have the winter shelter program that is through LASA and Advancing Communities Together that has 35 beds that assists those with the first step. They also have a program within that where they're helping them get their documents, helping them to get the next steps to be able to get to interim housing and to hopefully future permanent supportive housing. Working with our development partners, Meta Housing, Together California, and others. We have the development of interim housing, permanent supportive housing, and also affordable housing. Link is a partner with, we're in pre-development for permanent supportive housing and multifamily housing that is affordable. We have different funding sources for these programs, including Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships programs, the County Measure H program that's been replaced with the County Measure A program, taxes, the Housing Authority Housing Asset Funds, Measure AV, Palmdale Community Foundation, density bonus agreements, low-income tax credits through the state of California. Our homeless plan may be found on our website, and the City of Palmdale Housing Department can also be contacted if there's any questions. Staff's available for questions.
Yeah. Good afternoon, how are you? I asked you yesterday at the briefing for a report on funding that we're receiving under Measure A, and I believe that there's still some residual funding from Measure H. And what are those amounts that are being provided to the city?
We do have residual funding with Measure H, where we continue to operate our programs for workforce development. And the County Measure A program has Local Solutions Fund. We are received an allocation of $1,658,099, which we are in the process with the county of having our statement, our work program approved. And that includes the workforce development, working with domestic violence provider for education and prevention, and for when the interim housing Dream Village Tiny Homes is up and running to assist with operations. In addition, there's the La Casa Measure A funding, which we will receive about an estimated amount of $1,938,085, and that it will be based, actual numbers will be based on the actual sales tax that is received by the county. And those are for new construction, flexible funding in that new construction, homeless prevention, and for technical assistance.
Very good. And I didn't ask of this yesterday, but the amount of money that is generated out of the city of Palmdale under Measure A and then historically under Measure H greatly exceeded the money that we were actually receiving under those two different processes. So Measure H, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was something like 4 or 5 to 1, and it's some kind of a similar ratio now, where the city of Palmdale actually sends down much more money than we actually get back to deal with the unhoused issue. The other thing is that I think that it's growing, that the city of LA, perhaps not as a function of the city of Los Angeles itself, but organizations that are working there are having more and more homeless come up. I know that we just did a homeless count, which you just mentioned, but I'm not certain that how accurate that one is. I mean, I know it's very hard to determine what the accuracy is, but you know, my office is on Palmdale Boulevard, and I see people that appear to be, I could be wrong, but appear to be unhoused, and that are, you know, sleeping in the bus stops, or sleeping in open lots, or sleeping in doorways, and different things. And it just appears that the count that we see tonight is not reflective of what the real count is. And I don't know what can be done. What's that?
We do have Heather Varden attending from LASA, who worked with the homeless count and may answer some questions you may have regarding the count.
That would be great, yeah.
One thing to remember about the homeless count, to address your question, is that it is a point-in-time count. It was done on February 20th. It's normally done in January. There were delays this year because of the California wildfires. We didn't want to pull away from resources, so it was done a month later than it normally is. But it is a snapshot. It's a point-in-time count that's done in February. HUD mandates that we do it in the coldest part of the year so that we can capture everyone who's indoors in the shelters at the same time that we see people sleeping on the streets. So the idea at that time to do the count is to get a factual number of if someone has a place to go, they will go there because it's the coldest part of the year. So that's kind of what the numbers are based on. Again, it's a snapshot. Done, 90% of it is done within the first 3 days, but it's done over a total of 10 days for all of LA County, and that's a mandate from HUD. Palmdale's count was all done on the 20th. We got 100% completion in this area on the day of our count.
And that was a snapshot taken in February?
February 20th, yes.
Okay. And, but I mean, just the experience of seeing folks that are walking up and down the streets, it appears that number is constantly changing. Now, it seems, I understand that the city of Lancaster is proposing that Metrolink have its last stop right now in the city of Palmdale. So, because they want to prevent people from, that is to say, unhoused people, from traveling all the way to the last stop, the Metrolink stop, which is Lancaster, and they want to prevent that. They have conducted a study that indicates that many people are being sent up here from Los Angeles through Metrolink. And I'm not saying the city of LA is doing that, but that perhaps other groups are doing that. Do you know anything about that?
I can't speak to that. I can say that the unhoused population typically is a pretty migratory population. People who are experiencing homelessness are considered to be homeless wherever they are at that moment, as far as the services that are provided and those types of things. Most likely because they have all of their belongings on their back. So if they walk from Lancaster to Palmdale, they could have been homeless in Lancaster at 8 a.m. and homeless in Palmdale by 5 p.m. that day.
My understanding is that there are groups in Los Angeles, and I'm not saying the city of LA, but groups in Los Angeles, nonprofits, other organizations that are sending people up here. There has been an apparent change. If you go downtown LA, there were some streets that were completely dominated by unhoused. And now, seemingly, in preparation for the global events that are coming, the World Cup and then the Olympics, that LA is trying to clean up its unhoused population, and that the Antelope Valley is a destination point for some of them. Can you comment on that?
I can't. Again, I can just say it's a migratory population. The numbers that we have are from this count that was done in February. At that time, we did also see numbers going down within LA County as a whole. We did see more people in shelter. So what we do know from the count is that we are getting better at getting people inside, which is the first step to permanent housing. So we are seeing more shelter beds being filled than we have in years in the past. But LA County as a whole, as far as has gone down, as well as Service Planning Area 1, which is the entire Antelope Valley.
That's in response, I think, in large measure, the city of Los Angeles is placing a lot of these unhoused people in hotels. They're spending quite a bit of money to do that. And one wonders whether as soon as the Olympics are over, whether all these people are just going to get turned out of these hotels, and where are they going to go then? I think it's a tremendous problem, but what we don't want is the areas down below to visit their issues with the unhoused on us here in Antelope Valley. And I believe that the city of Lancaster is studying that problem. I think they've done some studies that show that a number of people are coming up through the Metrolink and other transportation systems that are unhoused down below, and they're coming up here to be up here. Is there anything we can do to study that issue from your perspective?
I can ask the LASA data team to get information on that. We do have some information on where the points of contact are with our outreach teams, so we can.
So when you interview a person for the count, do you say what brought you to Palmdale? Do we actually ask the question, or maybe the sheriff's host team, when they go out to some of these encampments, perhaps they can ask the question? I did want to ask, in the last count, did we use the drones for locating people in fields?
Yes, so
Okay,
it was.
And are they using the little handheld GPS locators so we know where people are clustering?
So the point in time count that was done in February is a visual count. So on February 20th, there were no interviews conducted with our unhoused population. The demographic surveys are done over a 3-month period surrounding the count, and that is conducted by USC. And they do go out and ask a series of questions on that. I don't know off the top of my head what questions they ask, but I can get that information for
Yeah,
you.
maybe we can set up a meeting sometime so we can talk, because there are some programs I'm interested in, like Letters Home, where the homeless people are helped writing letters to their families back east and reconnecting with them, and some other programs that may help them get reunited with their long-lost families. So maybe if we can get your information and we can set up a lunch or something.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to, I want to dovetail on Councilmember Loa's comments. I just want to caution my colleagues in stoking fear about LA shipping its unhoused up here. We've been, for the past, I think, 2 to 3 years, I think several of my council colleagues have met with Mayor Bass, I personally met with the CEO of MetroLink to talk about these end-of-line issues. So yes, you may have anecdotal experiences or thoughts, but statistically, they're not supported. The MetroLink CEO found that the numbers that people are trying to cite to in terms of the unhoused being shipped from LA to the Antelope Valley are unfounded. And Mayor Bass has given us her public and personal commitment that is not their desire, wish, or has ever been part of their plan. What Lancaster's doing in terms of, from what I understand, attempting to cease operations at their Lancaster stop on the MetroLink would by default make us the last stop. So I just want to caution everybody in terms of the sparking of fear that it's the city of Los Angeles, and rather maybe it's Lancaster trying to push them back here. In any case, I just want to thank you for thank you, Heather, for your work. But thank you, Sophia, for including, can we put it back up there, the 2025 homeless count, the slide with the 2024 numbers? And the reason why, so the community, originally the report didn't include the 2024 numbers, but as she was sharing with us in our briefings, the numbers, there was a clear drop-off, decrease from last year in terms of the unhoused, and I thought it was really important for us to make specific point of that. So we went through it kind of quick, but 2024, there were cars and vans combined, there were 113, and then now in the cars, this year it's 20. It's a significant drop-off. RVs, there were 384, almost over 50% drop-off, decrease in RVs in the city of Palmdale. Makeshift shelters, 92 to 17, 49 tents to 28 tents. We are doing our work. We are making progress here. So whether or not you have anecdotal experiences, I don't know what's happening in Lancaster, but we're doing our job here in the city of Palmdale. We are housing people, and we are making the unhoused, their mental health issues, their personal safety issues, and the community's concerns about the unhoused a priority of our council. So I just want to thank you, because that is a really important note to be made. Can you give us an update? We have another project that's coming down the pike to close that gap of those that still remain unhoused. The Knights Inn. The Hope of the Mission, 100 units that has been approved. I know I personally submitted a letter of support to the state of California. The council submitted letters, and we've advocated for years to get that project up and running. It is close, but can you just give us an update on where that stands?
Well, the Knights Inn is a true partnership in that they're coming in to bring the housing over, I think, about 100 units of permanent supportive housing, but they are doing it through the Home Key Plus program from the state, not through any funding through the city of Palmdale. But the city of Palmdale is working with them, and they are finishing up their pre-development stages. And they're getting ready to start their construction of the additional units and the rehabilitation of units, converting motel rooms to studios with small kitchenettes. So it will be assisting many people who are in interim housing at this time or on the street to have housing.
And Hope of the Mission is not just a place, a room and board kind of organization. They do full circle work. They do case management. They do job training. They do job placement. All kinds of supportive services that they offer. So it's really an all-inclusive program, and we're excited for those 100 units because that will for sure have an impact in reducing our numbers, and hopefully we can get to, at some point, a near zero unhoused population. Two other points. We have, as a council, also made it a point to prioritize domestic violence. I've said it time and time again. I believe it's unconscionable for us to have people who are being victimized by violence in their homes to have to make the choice of staying in their homes or living on the street. They should have an alternative, a place to go in the case that they need to make that choice for themselves and their children and their safety. We asked that there be a domestic violence shelter established here. That was when I first got elected. That was almost nearly 3 years ago. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Betancourt and I were championing that. She was championing it long before I even got here. And I know we're making some progress, but I'm hoping that by next year we've got some really tangible improvements and work done so that we can move forward in establishing a domestic violence shelter here in the city of Palmdale. Lastly, food for thought, given the fear that's been instilled in our Latino and our immigrant communities, there are a lot of folks who are afraid to go to work, who are seeing lost wages, and so who are now facing financial instability and housing insecurity, also potentially facing eviction and, you know, the prospect of being unhoused. So just food for thought. Maybe you guys can work with the city manager in terms of identifying whether or not that is a fact here, if that is the case here, and if so, what we can do as a preventative measure in order to ensure that we don't see sort of a surplus. I know in LA County and in others statewide, they are seeing, the data is showing that they are seeing a rise in the unhoused, in immigrant population, not just Latinos, API communities as well. So maybe just work with our city manager, see if locally that is an actuality here, and if so, coming up with ideas and strategies and ways to maybe we can prevent that so that we can keep our numbers low. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Lowe?
Thank you. I think that these numbers are commendable. It just seems that perhaps they're not really reflective of what's going on in the street. I believe that Lancaster has a concern because it's a terminus for Metrolink, and they have a concern about people being brought up here from Los Angeles to alleviate the situation down there. There's been proposals that have been made to perhaps make an encampment in some of the desert areas to bring people from LA to deal with that. We have our own issues here. We don't need to add to that. And one particular thing that is very, very significant, I've brought this up numerous times, is the connection of mental health issues affecting individuals that are rendered homeless because they can no longer live in their homes simply because of what their mental state is. And there's a need for us to address that as a society and even as a city. We had proposed a particular amount of money to be expended in our budget to address the issue of mental health and how it contributes to the issue of homelessness here in Palmdale. If you multiply that by people who are being sent here from Los Angeles and other areas from down below, it compounds our problem. And we need to be careful with that. I say this with the utmost sympathy and empathy for the people that are unhoused. I have family members that are out there because it can no longer be in the home. And so just trying to deal with our own people here without having to deal with the massive population in Los Angeles is a daunting task. And all I'm saying is let's take care of our own here. Let's provide for our own here. But it becomes much more complicated and difficult if we're being sent people from down below. That's all I'm trying to say. And I think we need to try to get a handle on that part. Lancaster apparently has been doing some studies on it. And I'd like to know what it is that they have. I don't know any of the specifics.
Well, sir, one of the programs we have with our Measure H and Measure A funds is working in partnership with Mental Health America of Los Angeles to do outreach. So if we find or locate people with encampments on the street, sleeping on a sidewalk, in whatever method we see. We do reach out to them, and their outreach team meets with them, providing them with resources. In addition, they let them know what options they have, if there's any programs that can help them to get back to where their loved ones are, reuniting with families. And that's always been a part of the toolbox from Valley Oasis and Mental Health America, is if they can reunite people with their families back to wherever they originated, to assist them with doing that. So we are reaching out also at the MetroLink at our Palmdale Transportation Center. The Good Guard Security does provide information and resources. So if they do meet with someone who needs help that they see is coming off homeless, they are providing them with that information as needed. So they are armed with that so that they can see who can help them, what are the local organizations and nonprofits that can assist them to get to where they need to go. They also did a survey in the beginning of the year to see, to get just a snapshot of people coming in. And there were some months that there may have been only 11 people coming off that were identified as homeless. So and we would not be able to see an impact until something actually occurs. If they truly make the change, then that's when we would look for the impact. And we will continue to provide resources, continue to work with our partners, because we do have the continuing Measure A grant funding that we have for Mental Health America, so that they can make that outreach no matter what their issues are, working with Valley Oasis, working with Salvation Army, the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing, which does help provide funding for security deposits, first rents, utility deposits to help them get into a home and help bridge those gaps when there's unusual emergencies, a car repair that's needed, so that they can prevent. One of the strongest parts of our homeless plan is prevention, working so that our workforce development, they have partnerships with the unions, with teaching culinary, with teaching apartment management and maintenance, so that they can have sustainable jobs to get secure housing, so that our youth who are coming out of foster care have that ability to get resources, learn leadership, financial literacy, so that we can have stronger individuals as they run through their adulthood.
And my point is that that's fantastic if we're dealing with our own unhoused population here. But it gets complicated if we're in fact receiving people here from down below. And to try to get a handle on that is not an easy thing to do. But, the city of Lancaster is proposing one way to do that, and perhaps we should consider that solution. Because we have our hands full with what we have. I question these numbers; they just seem too low, and I know that it's a snapshot, a point in time, and it may change the very next day. But the mental health, the drug addiction, the alcoholism, poverty, even the issue that Councilwoman Alarcon has brought up, persons that are here without a legal status, all of that contributes to people being unhoused. And I think every one of us up here is very sympathetic to that issue. It's a humane problem. But sending people up here from Los Angeles or from areas around Los Angeles it's a daunting problem if in fact that's happening. I think we need to study that a little more closely.
I'm just going to jump in real quick. What works for Lancaster may work for Lancaster. What is being proposed in Lancaster might not work here. And I want us to, I don't think that shutting down our Palmdale station access to Metrolink is the answer. I don't know if you've ever taken it, but I've taken it to downtown LA when I've got to go to court, and I wake up at the crack of dawn and it is packed. And I know our workforce here in the city of Palmdale relies on our Metrolink access to access their job, because getting on the 14 is also a nightmare, and you can't afford the maintenance and the time to get to and from on the freeway. The access that the Metrolink provides, the public transportation provides, is a must for our community. I know I've seen it personally and I've used it. So if Lancaster's proposing denying access to the Lancaster station or shutting its Lancaster station down, I don't know that that's the solution here. I would caution us for even contemplating that, because I know that it's the only source of transportation that much of our population relies on in order to put food on their tables and get to their jobs, to and from their jobs.
I think they're going to provide for transportation from here or from Acton to go down to Lancaster for the people that are actually traveling, working. I think they've done some studies on that. The issue is not the people that are going down to LA from here, but rather the people that are coming up from LA to here. And LA, I mean generic down below. That's the concern. And we have plenty of issues to deal with here in Antelope Valley in the city of Palmdale without having, a constant flow of unhoused people coming up here. I want us to deal with what we have here, to identify what we have here, get an accurate count, to make sure that we can deal with that population without having to deal with a daily influx from down below. And that's an issue. So I think that we do everything possible within our means to help the people that are unhoused here, and I hope including mental health assistance. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Bishop?
Thank you for the privilege, Madam Chair. Yes, I want to thank Ms. Varden and Sophia for heading up this very difficult challenge in our community. And when you're dealing with the homeless population, it's really not a one-size-fits-all. Everyone is unique. They have their own situation. They have their own personal situation that they're dealing with. So it's really important to keep that in mind. And I too felt the same way. I saw these numbers and I said, geez, that just seems a little bit low. So thank you for explaining that it's a snapshot in time, because we've seen the numbers before and they were in the 500 to 600, 700 count. And we've heard in the valley it's gone up to 3,000 or 4,000 valley-wide. Once again, hard to know the exact numbers. Before we make any decisions on what we need to do, we always need to verify the facts. I've always heard ideas or rumors where these people are coming from, unfortunately, but always need to lead with the facts before we make decisions. But one thing I wanted to mention is that one of the reasons why we might be seeing this drop is because last year we had a pilot program with LASA, the Pathway to Home program, which cleaned up one of the biggest encampments in the Antelope Valley in the Palmdale area, which I think there had to be almost close to 100 individuals, and there's cars and campers, and we're able to clean that up thanks in partnership with LASA. I think she wants to speak on that.
That particular Pathways to Home project was actually the largest encampment cleanup at the time in LA County, and there were 126 people that were placed that day.
I remember we were out there, and when you see it from the distance, it looks big, but when you get in there, you're like, oh boy, this is enormous. And we were both out there, boots on the ground. And thank you, you've been boots on the ground forever on this, and it's a very tricky and somewhat dangerous situation when you get out there. But I think that's what we're seeing, some of the numbers. Is that why we're seeing some of the numbers drop?
Yes, those types of programs are one of the reasons we're seeing the numbers drop. Like I mentioned before, we're seeing more people going into shelters, which is the first step to solving homelessness. It's not the answer because a shelter is temporary, but it's the first step to get them into a permanent housing situation, and it is larger programs like that. There are quite a few more of those that are in the works. We'll see them when they open. The Nights Inn was mentioned. That's one of them, was a Project Room Key. And then there's additional resources coming to the Antelope Valley.
Yes, so thank you for working with us and LASA on that Pathway to Home. I think that's why we're seeing a dip in these numbers. Like I said, not exact, probably not close, but it's making a difference. And it's given the people who want to make a change, who want to have a different and better life, it's giving them that option. So I think having that option there, and the videos are out there if you go look for them on the LASA website, interviewing these people, and they're beyond grateful to have a place to stay and a second opportunity at life. So it was really good to see that. And I just want to thank, Miguel, can you go back to the slide with all the community partners? I just wanted to thank all the community partners, because every single one of us on council and many of us on staff have worked with each one of these organizations and supported these community partners and the work they do. We couldn't do it without them. This isn't a small task, but I just wanted to call out special attention, a shout out to these nonprofits and partners that have made it possible for life to be a little bit better for these unfortunate souls.
Eric?
Yeah, sure. So these meetings can get really stupid sometimes, especially when politics get involved. And it's unfortunate because if you're paying attention to what's actually going on, if you're paying attention to what our staff is doing, what our community partners are doing, things are getting better for this city. These numbers are down. Graffiti is down. Illegal dumping is down. And it's thanks to the hard work of you and your team and maintenance and their team and parks and their team and everybody pulling together to work together. A beautiful thing is happening here despite all of this. So I just want to thank staff and I want to thank the voters because without their trust in passing things like Measure PD, we have the funding to accomplish a lot of these things. So thank you to everybody that's pulling together and rooting for this city.
Do you happen to know how many of these people in the homeless count are children?
We do have that information. I can get it for you, but I don't have it right now.
I was just curious because, when a child's homeless, they really suffer and they don't go to school and they fall farther and farther behind and they get lost in the system. So I would be interested in knowing that. The second thing is the nights in. Do we have any guarantee that people from Palmdale will get housing first as opposed to them having open rooms and bringing people in from outside our area? How does that work?
I can speak to what the process was for the Pathways to Home project, since that's completed. That project, we had all of the outreach teams that work in this area regularly. They had to have contact with the individuals that got placed into that program. They had to have multiple contacts within a year in the area that we were placing them.
Okay.
So that was a safety measure that was put in place to make sure that that was not people from outside the area getting the limited resources that we have in the Antelope Valley, because SPA 1 is very different from other areas in the county, and we have different challenges as well.
And I'm hoping it's not true that LA is sending people up here, because that would be cruel, because everyone knows that this is a very harsh climate. We're cold, we're hot, we're windy. It's completely different than LA. I think even the homeless know that this is not the place they want to be, so I would assume they wouldn't get on that bus to take that ride or on that train, because this is not the place you want to be when it's wintertime. So I have not heard of LA sending people up here, and I pray that they do not. So that's all I want to say. Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Betancourt, I'd like you to open it so I can make a quick comment on the homeless plan. A quick comment on the homeless plan. Like, again, this should have been a main agenda item under new business. This is like basic agenda put together things. You guys got to get right. But as far as the homeless thing, the Mission of Hope project, the Nights Inn, that was like 200 units, right?
100.
Huh?
It's 100.
Okay, it was 100, okay. So there were several hundred people that lived there. So you guys closed that down. You guys didn't, but we as a community allowed that to be closed down. Those people became homeless. And then this project has been offline for 2.5 years. Does that sound like a good job? No, it's not a good job. Yes, it's been that long. And you're talking about putting kitchenettes. You know how easy that is? You guys, we could all go to Home Depot and put a kitchenette in a room real quick. 2.5 years. Where's all the hundreds of millions of dollars in homeless funding? Antelope, you say, oh, the numbers are down, but they're up over 20% in Antelope Valley as a whole. So they're just moving out in the unincorporated areas. It doesn't mean we're doing a better job. We're just displacing people. Let the true numbers come out. So what Antelope Valley needs to do is start its own HUD, Consortium of Care District, just like Glendale has, Long Beach has, Pasadena has, City of LA has. So we have our own district, all our own funding from the federal government, from the state, from the county. Then we can start addressing this and have a strategic homeless plan. So we've had several projects that are approved, apartment complexes. One for the veterans, right on Avenue R and 30th Street East. That's been sitting for over 2.5 years. Why? I think Sophia Reese has done a terrible job as director of homelessness. We only built 155 homes last year, and 3 of them were for affordable people. I think City of Palmdale's done a terrible job to provide housing and to make sure rental rates stay low. If anything, they've gone up 25%, which creates more hardship on people. So you're working at Trader Joe's, all your whole check goes just to pay rent. Then you got to have more people move in with you. This is not quality of life. So we need to hire somebody that knows what they're doing. The city of Palmdale owns 100 acres right there on 5th Street East. You could have built 4 of these Corson Colony projects right there if you were really serious about providing housing. 30 acres right there on Division and R for an apartment complex. Yeah, yawn some more. Go get a drink. We need a strategic plan. We need our own district, and we need to do a better job. We need to hire higher caliber people.
All right. You have one more?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, we have one more individual who wants to speak on that section. Jasper.
This is from what Mr. Loaus mentioned earlier, and I just wanted to say I am reliant on the public transit system because I cannot drive long distance because of my migraines. And next year, I'm hoping to transition from a trade program to getting my bachelor's degree, and transitioning into in-person will mean that I will be taking the public transit system from here to LA and back much more often. Yeah.
Thank you, Jasmine.
There's no issue with persons like you. That's not what I'm referring to.
May I?
Yes.
Just a couple of points of clarification, I think. First of all, the survey that Mr. Lowe was talking about that Lancaster's doing, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they're using facial recognition cameras at the station, which, some people will be more in favor of security than freedom, some the other way around, but people ought to know what it is. This is not just cameras watching people come and go. This is facial recognition. It is another step towards invasions of privacy. People ought to know what it is, and it ought to be put to a vote of the people, because that's a serious thing. Second, my understanding from an article that I read where Marv Chris was quoted about this issue, he was saying that it was going to stop the trains coming north at Palmdale, and he was recommending that you guys stop it at Acton. Not sure how Acton would feel about that. But my understanding is that it wasn't going to stop transport from Lancaster or Palmdale to points south. The other thing that I wanted to ask, actually 2 things. With the reduction in homeless numbers that we were shown, and by the way, Heather, you and I have not always seen eye to eye, but I want to thank you for the work that you're doing in this realm. I couldn't do it. Thank you. But I have a question, and it's not an agenda. It's just a personal agenda. It's a question. I read an article, I believe it was quoting 2023, the homeless count in LA, that said that somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 people died on the streets that year. And that was part of the downturn in the numbers. Do we have numbers as far as how many that is the case for out here in Palmdale or the Antelope Valley? And the last question is, these people that get put in these facilities, in these homes, so they're no longer unhoused, as you like to call them, how many of them do we know stay there long-term and permanently end up on a road where they're self-sufficient, and how many of them drop out because they don't want to comply with the rules and all that? Because it's relevant information that the public needs to know if they're going to finance this stuff with their tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe with the deaths of homeless people, that number is kept by the coroner's office downtown LA off of Mission Boulevard.
But we don't have it.
We don't have it here.
I noticed there is a shelter for the homeless in 9th Street going to be coming as a project. And my building is just across the street from that. So I don't mind, to build these shelters for the homeless, but what kind of security for this neighborhood is going to be for these shelter people? I need to know if something going to be Like, because I still have some people, homeless, come and sleep on my office building in 9th Street. So I need to know if any security, more security to overcome
Can
this.
you leave your information with our clerk's office so that we can get back to you on that? We need the address and your names and your phone number so we can call you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I guess the first thing was, Mr. Loa, you said that there were, you kept insinuating that they are transferring people from LA to here. And I was just wondering if there's anything concrete, I guess you can say, to kind of back that up. Is there, I guess, more than just like, well, I've heard? I mean, you said it multiple times, so I was just wondering if there's anything else behind that, or is it just kind of what you've heard and felt? And then the second one also was you spoke about, well, hey, it sounds like, there's also mental health issues, and we have to look into that. And I guess what specifically would want to look into that? Any programs you've been looking into, or is it just like, hey, some people, they're out of their mind and they're homeless and we can't do anything about it? Or is it more just like, hey, there's mental health things and we actually are trying to address that? And yeah, that's it.
Do you want to respond?
Very quickly, in terms of what I stated about unhoused coming up from Los Angeles, that is something that is being studied. It's an assertion. I just have observation on the street. My office is right on Palmdale Boulevard. We see it happening there, and it's around. No, it's not a matter of it's not a matter of danger. These people are not dangerous. They're unhoused. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not a matter of danger. It's a matter of us trying to deal with the people that we have here that are unhoused, that need help from us here locally, and then the issue is whether we're getting unhoused from Los Angeles, and I've heard say, and again, it's all a matter of, we need to study this issue. One is people coming up through the Metrolink. Another one is by supposed vans that have been coming up here from LA or areas down below that come and drop people off here in Palmdale, and others that get dropped off in Lancaster. So the issue is, just one second, sir. The issue is whether we are getting people that are being brought up here intentionally, not necessarily by the city of LA, because I don't think the city of LA is doing that, but there may be other groups that are doing that. And there's a great incentive for down below to do that because of the great worldwide attention that the metropolitan area of Los Angeles is going to receive during the World Cup and the Olympics that are coming up. And I don't believe that the city of Los Angeles or the county of Los Angeles wants a perception worldwide that we have so many thousands of people, despite the progress that we made. Really what we're talking about is thousands of people still living on the sidewalks of LA, and by that I mean the whole the county. And all I'm trying to say is we want to deal with the people that we have here, whether it's because of mental health, alcohol, drugs, a combination of those things, people who simply do not want to take advantage of the resources that are being provided, whatever it might be, we should deal with the folks we have here and not necessarily have to work to address the issue of people that are being sent here, if in fact that's happening. I'm not saying it's a fact, I'm saying it's something we need to study. Okay? All right, thanks.
Real quick, 30 seconds. So I think to answer your question, no, there is no hard evidence. I think it's dangerous. I think you're right. I think your question was, is it dangerous to suggest and to proffer that that's happening and when there is no solid evidence to do so? I do think it's dangerous because we don't want to create fear for things that aren't happening, things that don't exist, because that creates reactive. There's no subjective, there's no data that shows that. I mean, we've got the head of LASA here, we've got numbers. I have no no statistical information to support any of that. And I think to make the correlation that just because Los Angeles is taking care of what it needs to take care of, that they're automatically sending them to the Antelope Valley is again, I think, a very dangerous thing to do. But yes, we are taking care of what we need to do here in the city of Palmdale. Thank you to LASA, thank you to the city of Palmdale, and all of its community partners in addressing our unhoused.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you again for that presentation, Sophia and Heather. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will resume at 7 p.m. Everyone take their seats. Council, if I can have you up here. I looked over there and you had like 15 coffee creamers. Like, how much did you put in this coffee
It was 2 different cups of coffee.
Oh. All right, we are re-adjourning the meeting after our quick break. And we're going to could I please have everyone take a seat? Take a seat. Please, please, please take a seat. If you could step away from the door, since that's an exit, thank you. All right, so we're going to begin public comments on consent item only. During your speaking time, each person gets a maximum of 3 minutes. Whether you talk on one item or 10, you must condense it into a 3-minute span. Is everyone clear on that? If you've got one topic, you get 3 minutes. If you have 3 topics, it's 1 minute each. 3 minutes. These are on consent calendar items only. At the end, we'll also have non-agendized comments. So we are going to go ahead and start with public comments. Do we have any speaker cards? I'm sorry. Yes, Andrea.
I just for clarity, are we doing the joint consent calendar with housing authorities separately than we're doing the regular consent calendar?
No, we're going to combine them. Am I correct? No, we're not going to combine them. We're going to do them separate. So we're going to do 5 and then we're going to do 6. Right now we're on 5 consent calendar for the
joint
city council. Correct?
We're on item 6, so.
Oh, we're on item 6?
Right. So we're talking about the public comments first, and then we're going right into item 6, so.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to do joint consent calendar
first
for public comments. So you can comment on the consent calendar or on the housing authority matters also.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Clarity.
City manager,
City manager, please.
Go ahead.
These items are for the consent calendar on the housing.
This
Only
is just
on
housing.
the housing consent calendar.
Right.
And then from there, we'll go to the regular agenda.
Okay, so we're doing
consent
housing
items.
first and then we'll go back to regular agenda.
That is correct.
All right.
Exactly.
That is clear as mud for everyone? Right now, we're going to do consent calendar items with the housing authority only.
Public comment.
Anybody have comments, public comments on housing authority consent calendar items?
We have Jason Zink.
Is he here? On housing authority.
That's the housing authority item, 6. Okay. Okay. We have no speaker cards on this section.
All right. Council, does anybody have any comments or things to pull for housing authority? Yes.
I'll just move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem, so we have to have a separate vote for 6.1 because there's a city council resolution and a housing authority resolution. So we have to have two separate votes, according to staff.
Okay, so can we do council vote first and then housing authority vote second?
Okay, so here, how about we just,
gonna
can
break
we
out-
rescind your
Yeah,
motion?
I'll rescind my
And-
motion for 6-1 and 6-2, and I'll just make a motion for 6-1.
And I'll second approval of 6-1.
Okay?
And that is the motion that the entire housing authority will vote on, correct?
6.1?
First, we
6-1.
have to vote on the city council one. That's just going to be council,
Okay.
the city council resolution.
So,
And then
are you,
we-
so on
according to-
6-1, do we need two actions?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were talking about 6-1 and 6-2 separately.
No.
Okay, so, well, if, Councilmember Bishop, can you rescind your motion and then I'll restate?
Resend.
All right. Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt the council resolution pertaining to action item 6.1.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on 6.1 for the council.
The city council
City
only.
council only.
Yes. Start voting.
There you go.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right.
Now the
So
housing
Now we have
authority.
to vote for the
I'll
housing
make a
authority.
motion to approve the housing authority item.
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second for the housing authority vote.
Come on, there we go.
Start voting. Motion passes.
All right, moving on to item
And
number,
then,
I'm sorry,
and
go ahead.
then a motion to approve 6.2.
Yes.
And, can I get a second?
I got a second.
We have a motion and a second on
Okay.
6.2, and this is for the full housing authority vote?
Yes.
For the minutes.
So we have Bishop.
Yeah.
Start voting. These are just for the minutes.
Yep. I'm pressing, but there we go, okay.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Now, if you ladies would like to leave, unless you want to stay here because you love us so much, otherwise you guys
We'll
are
go down in the
adjourned to the
audience.
housing authority. Thank you for your service this evening.
No, we have to stay because you
Appreciate
guys
it.
are going to vote on us down at 8.
Oh, you're gonna stay for the appointments?
Don't we need to stay?
Okay. Don't go too far.
Is it automatic?
Okay, now we're gonna go to 7, consent calendar for the city council, for the city of Palmdale. And again, public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Council, does anybody, before we start public comments, do we need to pull any items?
I'd like to pull 7.4, 7.5, and 7.9.
Wait, 7.4, 7.5, 7.9,
I'd like to pull 7-6, please.
7.6. City manager, anything that you need us to pull? All right, so I have consent calendar with exception of 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, and 7.9.
Wait, we need to hear the public comment on the whole thing, no? On our entire consent calendar first, before we vote to adopt any of them.
So we'll do public comments on the consent calendar.
We have Jason Zink.
I like 7.4 pool. 7.12. 7.4 is about giving $300,000 to AV Edge. Drew Mercy. I don't know what this organization does for Palmdale. What have they promoted for Palmdale? What have they done for our valley? To me, all I've heard is him pretty much being a lapdog for Lancaster projects. How about Palmdale projects? What has he done? You know, why hasn't he advocated for an Antelope Valley State Workforce Development Board? Every other region and down in the basin, they all have their own regional workforce board. You told me your dad started some of them in LA. So why haven't we done this? And why haven't we made him do it? How many times has he testified in Sacramento to advocate for the 100,000 commuters that commute? The highest super commuters in the nation. I haven't heard nothing from them. Give me 300,000. You could see what I can do. He gets 300,000 from Palmdale, 300,000 from Lancaster, 300,000 from the county, then all the membership dues. This guy's living life great. Gosh, oh, what beautiful. So I want him to give us a plan of exactly what he's going to do and the strategy of how he's going to create jobs here. On 7.2, the naming of the Fussell courts at Yellen Park after Juan Carrillo. Eric Olson asked for this to be done. That's political favoritism. Hey, Juan, I named this after you. Why don't you help me get a job? Or do this for my, but the person that gave me this contribution, this company that's coming in. See, this is political favoritism. Everybody and their dog knows you don't name things off of politicians that are still in office. You're actually supposed to wait until they pass. So, and this cannot be done without your guys' vote. And you guys know this is political favoritism. Just look how dirty this is. We're already so dirty, and we just keep on throwing more dirt on us. It's embarrassing. And guess whose idea it was for those courts to go there? The football courts. Me. I was the one that gave the city the idea. I was the one that showed Juan the Fussell courts out in Atlanta and down in LA. So maybe you should name it after me. But guess what? I don't want nothing named after me. You know why? Because I'm doing things for the community. And this is what they should be doing. And Juan hasn't brought any money to Palmdale. He's been up in Sacramento for 3 years. What bills has he written to help Palmdale? Has he written a bill to help do something for the commuters? Has he wrote a bill to get us our own economic state regional district so we could get part of the $600 million in grants? Drew or Juan, they've never attended a California Forward Economic State Summit. This is where all the money was decided where it goes, the $600 million. They're a no-show. Why do they deserve anything from us?
We have Rich Gallego.
Hi. I just want to say that I know these are all important issues that have to be discussed and some voted on and stuff. I personally don't think that any of you should proceed with these things until and unless the mental stability of Mr. Eric Olson has been verified, because based on his August outbursts where he called our entire group racist, a defamatory statement that was unwarranted and unprovoked, there's no excuse for it. How do I have any trust that this guy can be trusted to make a reasonable vote, to make a responsible vote? He's an embarrassment to this council, and until you figure out what his problem is, you shouldn't go forward with any of it. He is not fit to serve.
We have Matthew Gaines. Matthew Gaines.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Gaines. I'm here representing the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12, one of the building trades unions that is party to the community workforce agreement that you signed with a few months back. We are also an organization part of AV Edge, where we help advocate to bring work and projects into this region in the valley, whether it's Palmdale, Lancaster, and unincorporated areas. We enter into these agreements so we can provide jobs for our members and help advocate for that. We have apprenticeship programs that we employ people through, local hire components here in Palmdale, and we have skin in the game as an organization, as Palmdale will have, as Lancaster has, as the county has. And we're not the only building trades union. There's 4 or 5 other affiliates that are involved with AV Edge also in trying to advocate for this region so our members that live up here don't have to commute. They can actually build things up here and stay here and not have to commute. Thank you.
We have Mark Bozigian.
I'm here on behalf of AV Edge. Really appreciate being here. I had the benefit early in my career working a lot in economic development. And what I learned is that it's a holistic approach. It's part of the community. You have to engage the community. You have to engage businesses. You have to do all of that. And one of the entries into it is your area has to have a regional infrastructure that's there. AV Edge is not just Drew. It's not just one thing. It's the infrastructure. It includes unions, utilities, small businesses, all of the school districts, government, medical, water agencies and such. It's the one place when people come in your city to open businesses, your small businesses, they want to look and see that you have the support of those entities. A lot of your businesses in Palmdale belong to AV Edge because Palmdale belongs to AV Edge. We also do things that aren't just strictly economic development, but we deal with emerging issues. A couple of examples. When both cities wanted to pass sales tax measures, AV Edge was there to support both of them. That's all of the businesses, unions, et cetera, supporting those initiatives that both cities put on the ballots. We are right now working with something that could hurt development greatly. It's trying to work with Southern California Edison to advance some of the projects, to have electricity for the projects, and Los Angeles County Water Works, which right now they are charging so much for developers that you're not going to get the jobs that you want. And we are working, both cities, your city is led by Ms. Taggart, to work with Waterworks to be more developer friendly. They're going to still pay for development, but things like bonding, things like waiting until certificate of occupancy, those are also the things that happen. A gentleman mentioned the plan. Your staff, Mr. Mendez, Ms. Taggart, did a great job of negotiating an MOU, and when you look at the MOU before you, there are concrete things that you guys expect that we will be able to come up and report to you quarterly to say these were either happened or didn't. So I think there's a good plan there. I think AV Edge is the best regional entity we've had in this valley since I've been here, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
We have Ben Guak.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you. My name is Ben Goki. I am from, actually my day job is Palmdale Regional Medical Center Director of Provider Relations. I also serve as the Healthcare Chairman or over the Healthcare Committee of AV Edge. And I wanted to give you guys a little information about what that committee does. While this is Aerospace Valley, healthcare is one of our largest economies amongst our communities, and EDGE has given the healthcare providers in this community, especially the large providers, an opportunity to be the sole source of interaction and creating cohesion amongst the healthcare providers amongst this community. So a few of the things we break out into the healthcare committee is legislative action and economic development. And there's been some good wins over the past year, and I'd like to highlight some of those for you. Around our economic development, members within AV Edge have created community project requests that have gone through the federal approval process and created mobile cancer screening programs. We've developed a residency and education programs that help workforce development and bringing new physicians into the area, training them at hospitals here in the Valley, and hopefully retaining them. They'll be graduating their first class this summer. We also have transportation. In the midst of coming out of COVID, ground medical transportation was a huge issue that AV Edge tackled and was able to recruit and bring in additional ambulance providers to allow for those inter-facility transfers needed when patients need to get from one facility to another when access is not available. Finally, AV Edge was instrumental in large grant fundings that will deal with some of those mental health issues that you talked about, Councilwoman Loa. Over $200 million was brought from the state granting thanks to some of the support that AV Edge provided. Finally, on the legislative side, there are some major issues. As you may know, 70% of the hospital payers are government payers, so advocacy in the legislative area is extremely important. Some of the things we've done over the past year is advise state assembly members on nursing education in the community colleges, which we hope Antelope Valley College will be one of them, and AV Edge would certainly work to provide and make sure that they are one of them. Employer compensation remaining protected, there were some issues around that. Staffing disruptions in the hospitals were avoided. And so certainly some of the city impact is emergency readiness and stable hospitals, thanks to some of those advocacy that we did. I do want to also commend some of the staff members for how they structure this MOU. It does give us some very good detailed information that we will be providing, and it will help us, certainly as AV Edge, tackle some of the post-acute care that we know the city of Palmdale needs, some of the primary care accessibility, allowing an organization to help develop, and so that physicians want to stay and remain in this area. area and set up their practices. So we do continue to ask for your funding and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Susie Gazros, and I'm speaking to you this evening as the president of AVEDGE. It's a privilege to serve as that. And I took this role in July. And over the past several months, I've had the pleasure and privilege of working with your team. Their support and engagement has been instrumental in bringing us to this pivotal point this evening where we're having the MOU come to you as a vote. And I would just like to highlight that since this is a one-year memorandum and understanding, and we fully intend to demonstrate our commitment throughout this duration. We carefully took the time to specify each deliverable in detail, ensuring greater clarity and removing any ambiguity from our agreement. I just want to demonstrate to you our commitment. You heard from several of our board members as well, and the committees that work on all the great work that we do here. We're definitely committed to making this MOU deliverables met. And we're excited to work closely with the city of Palmdale. And I thank you for your collaboration and working with our city manager to come up to the deliverables that we have today. Thank you.
Michelle Royal.
Good evening, council members. Most of you are my friends, so that's good. I like to come talk to my friends. So I'm Michelle Royal. I sit on AVEDGE as well. I am on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, as well as at large. We, as a broker, I'm a commercial real estate broker in the city of Palmdale. My office is here, been here since 1979. So we are a stakeholder in this community, and we are a stakeholder. I am a stakeholder with AVEDGE. Regular communication and networking through our broker development groups. We are reaching outside the valley for brokers, developers, and bringing them in to the valley and talking to them about the amazing things that we have going on in the AV. Myself and my colleagues, there are several of us who are commercial real estate brokers in a part of AVEDGE, and we all worked collaboratively together to make this valley known. We have to reach outside of our valley because we're little. No one knows who we are. So we reach out to our colleagues in Bakersfield, in LA, and all over the place and pull them into the things that are happening here. And with Palmdale support, county support, and Lancaster support, all of us working together, this is a crucial organization for this valley. So we look forward to your support, and thank you so much.
Kathy McLaren.
Good evening, council. A lot of people said a lot of the things that I wanted to say, and you are all aware that I am, as well as the IBW, NECA, one of the unions that are a part of this. But I would like to expand on what he was talking about, which is our developer agency work group. And that is literally having all the water districts, Southern California Edison, the gas company, our area engineering firms. So everything that you need to push a project going, we have them all in a room. We have the fire department. We have everybody in a room at the time taking each and every project and discussing it and finding out if there's a problem or an issue. Through that, we had a big issue on the big building that's going to be the Resiliency Center. It looked like we were going to wait 2 years for Southern California Edison to be able to get us that power. Through that group and all of us talking together, we got all the people there, Senator Valadares, everyone there, and they agreed to work with us and give us a second meter. So we should be able to have power the end of December next year. You guys do a great job. You have economic development. This is just an enhancement. We're at those, Drew goes to many of the things where you're in Las Vegas and you're talking to other areas about Palmdale. And a lot of them might say, Palmdale? I haven't heard of Palmdale. That's our chance to say, what do you mean you haven't heard of Palmdale? All the things we have going in Palmdale, you need to know about Palmdale. We're that extra added group of so many different people from so many different agencies, all working together to bring the good eyes and developers here to this region. Please, please support this. This is a great thing for all of us in this region. Thank you.
David Smith.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, I'm Dr. David Smith, currently the CEO of Mojave Air and Spaceport. I speak in favor of the MOU with AV Edge. Historically, it's probably more important than what I do now. So my prior duties is I was the government director of Plant 42. When I took over Plant 42 5 years ago, our census was about 12,000 living wage employees. When I left a year and a half ago for the opportunities at Mojave, we were at 16,000 living wage employees. Those 16,000 people needed houses, needed schools, needed infrastructure and community advocacy. The vast majority of that community advocacy came through AV Edge. So I may work in Mojave. I have a history out of Edwards and Plant 42, but my wife Denise and I live in the city of Palmdale. We're proud Palmdale residents, and we see the value of this organization. Value enough that I contribute my time uncompensated as a board member to support them. And I'm a busy guy. So I vote with my feet. I attend the meetings and support the organization. I hope you will as well.
Hugo Vargas.
Gorgeous. That's right. Thank you. I didn't have anything to say about AVH until I saw who was involved. I happen to know a few of the members, absolute people of integrity. I'm talking about, of course, Drew Mercy. I've known him for, God, over a decade. He's done nothing but good and honesty and integrity. Anything Drew Mercy is involved, I will absolutely sign up. And also Mr. Bozigian, as a city manager of Lancaster, all those years that he was city manager, he operated with integrity, class, intelligence, and experience. I have nothing but praise for this Drew, and especially now that I see Kathy McLaren and Michelle Royale involved. Anything they want. If they want the title to my house, so be it.
I'll call you later, Yul.
No further speaker cards on this section.
All right, so are we concluded with public comment?
Don't we have to finish all the public comments for consent calendar before we go? Is that it for consent calendar? There's nothing, no one else?
Chairman Council, those were all the speaker cards for that
I guess
section.
I'm just shocked because I expected far more. So I'm going to close public comments.
So I'm going to
And
ask
I'm going to
Madam
go
Chair.
out of order we're going to go to 7.9 first, if that's okay with the rest of the council?
Can we improve the balance of the board?
No, actually, there's another thing that we need to do too. So we need to pull 7.3. I just noticed that we have an amended, it was distributed to the council members at the dais, an amended Exhibit B to 7.3. So I'd like to pull it so that we can include this for the record. It's the class and pay, they made a correction, so
Okay.
the Exhibit B was corrected. So anyway, can we just
Okay,
pull
so we're going
7.3?
to pull 7.3, okay. So
we can-
as it stands, I just want to make sure everybody understands, we have 7.3 pulled, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, and 7.9. Could we get a vote on the remainder, and we'll come back to those?
Correct, so moved.
To move the balance of the consent.
We have a motion and a second?
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. And we're gonna, we had a request to move 7.9 to the first one, so if we have no disagreements from the council, is that okay? Co-council?
Thank you. It was just my, Madam Chair, thank you for obliging my request. 7.9, if we could just, maybe, I don't even know that we need a staff request, a staff report. I just asked that we pull this out of order, just to highlight some of the good news that we're doing. It's some of the stuff that gets put on our consent calendar, goes without saying, but this is work at McAdam Park. I've been a champion for investing in the one park in my district, and this is just one step forward. We're going to be giving our old schoolhouse a facelift, which is much needed. I think we've got a lot of folks in here who know very well that playhouse needs a facelift. So this contract will go towards that, but it will also go towards repairing the dilapidated wood, all the structures there, new paint. So McAdam Park's entire facelift is getting a go, and so I just wanted to draw attention to the work that it's actually getting started and getting moving, and it should be done. I'm hoping I'm going to push them to get it done this scope of work by the end of this year, but if not, at the very early of next year. So I just want to thank Rec and Parks and all of those involved in moving this forward in beautifying McAdam Park, which will also supplement our Together California project to really improve that entire corridor of Council District 5 in the east side. So if there are no other questions, I just want to say thank you and draw attention to that work, and be happy to move it.
It's really important, I think, because we do have Together California coming which is a foster care facility for children, and they will want to play at this park. We want to make it healthy and clean and a nice place for kids that really need somewhere to go to burn off some energy and exercise.
And thanks to the council colleagues for supporting all of the renovations at McAdam.
Yes, Mr. Lowe.
And I think the most important group that needs to be thanked is the taxpayers of the city of Palmdale. This is being funded by Measure AV funds. And the taxpayers and the voters of the city of Palmdale have been very generous in supporting the tax measures that have been proposed over the last several years. And this is one of the things that is going to happen here. I think it's a great project, but the voters and the taxpayers of the city make this possible. So thank you, taxpayers of the city of Palmdale.
All good.
By voting. Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go back then to 7.3.
And 7.3, just for the record, again, I'm going to reference the revised attachment that was distributed to the dais. It's a revision of resolution number CC 2025-072 Exhibit B, which is the general position salary schedule. It will be available for those who want to view it through the city clerk's office, but accepting the revised Exhibit B, I'd be happy to move to adopt item 7.3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second? Sorry, we have a motion and a second?
One more. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, moving on to 7.4.
How about, since that was the most controversial, can we do 7.5? Because I just want to do the happy news and get
Sure,
7.5.
let's do 7.5.
Let's do 7.5. 7.5 is our emergency operations
Madam
plan.
Clerk, I
I
hope
just
you don't
want to
mind.
again bring attention to all the hard work. So can we get a staff report? She's here. She's our emergency response champion. She's put her heart into this work, and I just want to share with the community that we are being responsive and being prepared and proactive in the terms of emergency response. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Amy Shadkamyan. I am your Emergency Services Administrator. The item before you is a recommendation for adoption of Resolution CC 2025-010, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving the updated Emergency Operation Plan. I have put together a brief 5-slide presentation for you. I'll begin. So, to start, what an EOP is and what an EOP does, as we call it, an Emergency Operation Plan. First and foremost, it's a document that highlights the framework for emergency preparedness, and it's directly related to community well-being. Once adopted, it also empowers city staff, city management in acting and taking certain steps during emergencies and disasters. It aligns us with state and federal regulations, and it aids in cost recovery if we have to after a disaster or declared emergency. What's important to highlight also is what an EOP is not. It is not a step-by-step process of tactical actions. It is not a community preparedness guide, and it is not a local hazard mitigation plan. The key elements of our EOP are the roles and responsibilities, which highlights everything from city management to our private businesses in City of Palmdale. It documents the integrated notification systems, for example, Alert Palmdale. It also highlights the line of succession for our city leadership. It is a continuity of operations for city leadership. And it also integrates state and federal requirements, such as the incident command system. And we do that with our emergency operations center structure, but also making sure that we are keeping our city's unique departmental functions. And also it documents the mutual aid systems that we participate in. The future is coming, so I want to just touch a little bit for what is to come in Palmdale for emergency management and emergency services. Thank you to all of you for approving the design build for our new emergency operations center. It will be state-of-the-art, one of its kind, actually, in the Antelope Valley. We are always on the lookout and researching for new technology that will help us be more effective during response and provide better support to our community. And if we research and we deem it to be amazing and we're able to implement it, we will do so. And of course, things are always changing, policies are changing, new technology changes that. So we're always updating our hazard-specific procedures to keep up with those changes. And I put it out here, contact information. If there's any questions about the EOP, about our program, about the EOC, there's the division's direct number, the email that you can email any questions you may have on any topic in emergency services. And these are the QR codes. One is for Alert Palmdale, which I encourage all of our community members to sign up because it's our emergency notification system. What that means is with the push of a button, we will be able to push critical information to our community members, such as evacuations, if we're evacuating their neighborhoods in their area. And also the secondary QR code is a direct link to our webpage that has amazing resources, emergency preparedness guides, you name it. So we've listed it on the websites for the community to have access to them. And hopefully once approved, the plan will be available also on the website for the community to download and take a look. It's a great read. So it's
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions of you. I just wanted to raise awareness to the community that we are, in fact, we're not going to be caught flat-footed when an emergency hits us. It's not a matter of if we will face an emergency. It's a matter of when, and we are taking all of the necessary steps in order so that we as a city government can be prepared, but also working alongside our community members and our residents to ensure that they are first and foremost and protected and safe in the case of an emergency. And I wanted to just thank you personally. Look, this is her. She personally wrote the majority of it, at least. Much of the work that went into creating this emergency operations plan was to your credit, and so I just want to thank you for all that you do to keep our city safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Okay, yes. Well, thank you very much for this, and preparedness is essential. We're living adjacent to the San Andreas Fault. We've had devastating fires. We've even had floods up here. But one of the things that we took action on a few years ago was to contribute money to the Resiliency Center at the Antelope Valley Fair, which is under construction. It's a $100 million state project. And the most important aspect of it, aside from providing for community events, for gatherings, and all those kind of things, that in the event of a major disaster, that our population that's displaced by such a disaster, such as a major earthquake, that they have a place to go. And that's part of what is being built there. It would provide for individuals who are rendered unhoused, and also for large animals such as horses and other animals that can also be provided for there. Does this plan intermesh with that, or is this one step before that?
Yes, it does. So part of our sheltering component, which we have a mass care sheltering unit, we work on the procedures of when when is necessary to utilize that location based on the incident. So whether we're planning or updating plans, that's part of the discussion. During exercises, that location is also part of our resource asset list, and our staff is practices to that. Of course, with sheltering, the important thing to remember is it's really dependent on the incident and the affected area. So based on that, working with our partners, our EOC staff members are aware of the location, the capacity size, what it will be able to hold. So if necessary, those plans get activated and we're able to utilize the location for our community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Bishop?
Yes, thank you for putting this together. It's really important that we have this plan. One of the reasons, because like you may or may not alluded to, is the access to state and federal funding like FEMA and some of the California state funding. It's even small things like you wouldn't believe. There's like big rainstorms and road repairs, it covers that. If there's a massive windstorm that knocks over a couple hundred of our 20,000 trees we have, it covers some of those damages as well, right?
Yes, and it all falls under whether it's a declared emergency, if it's a state declared emergency or federal, but the plan positions us to ensure that we will take the necessary steps to position Palmdale to go after those the funds to be reimbursed back to the city, whether it's for roads or, rebuilding buildings, whatever it may be. The plan positions us for us to be able to do that and apply for those reimbursement funds.
It's been great because there's been numerous incidents, mostly small, some medium, where there's damage to the city, unforeseen because of weather-related incidents. And we don't have the money in our general fund to cover some of this stuff and make those repairs. We can't foresee that. So that's why it's so important to have this plan so we can access those funds. So thank you very much, because without that, that would cost the city a whole lot more money throughout the years.
Thank you.
I just have one follow-up question. Since Councilmember Loa raised the issue of the Resiliency Center, the MARC Center, do you know how many beds will be provided by that facility? As I understand it, I'm just going to, because in case I don't want to put you on the hot spot, but as I understand it, there's approximately going to be 1,000 beds available at the Resiliency Center. And to my knowledge, the policy doesn't include any sort of prioritization or set aside for the city of Palmdale and its residents. It's located in Lancaster. Our population is 170,000. I don't know that that any of us are going to be able to make it to the Resiliency Center to access those unless there is a set aside. So in the case that this plan incorporates some conversation with the Resiliency Center and the availability of shelter beds, I would like to encourage you to have the discussion with the city of Lancaster and its Resiliency Center and whoever governs it to ensure that there is a means by which City of Palmdale's residents can be assured access to some of those shelter beds. Thank you.
And that's a great point. But since we are adjacent to the San Andreas Fault, it's logical that the most areas that will most be impacted are going to be Palmdale, since much of our city actually is right on the San Andreas Fault. And that's what we talk about in terms of having 1,000. I wish we had 10,000 beds, but 1,000 will address the issue. And if there's no other place for people to go, if the bridges fall down like they did in 1994 and 1971, people are not going down below. So the Antelope Valley Fair is providing this resource, and the city of Palmdale has invested in that, and we need to get a return on our money. And I think the point that Councilmember Alarcon is raising is that we work with the Antelope Valley Fair to make sure that if there is a disaster, that our residents are going to have access to that. And I think that that's exactly what's going to happen. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
In any case, thank you. You did a great job.
Yes, you did a great job. And, you know, I don't think the public sometimes really knows how much your group has to do, because there's specialty groups. There's handicapped people that have to, you know, have services. There's elderly, there's children, there's pets, the whole gamut of people that you have to provide emergency services to. It's better to have a plan now than wish that we had one later. I have relatives in North Carolina and in Texas. One of them has completely lost their home. I'm not saying they didn't have things in place, but the more planning we can do, the more practice, like you said, you practice with your teams that we can do, the better off we're going to be when stuff hits the fan. So I appreciate what you do. It's been really years since we've had a really good leader in this organization, and I'm glad that you're there. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that,
Great
I'll
report.
move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second?
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Move on to
Does
7-6.
Austin want to do your easy one, or do you want to do the ABH?
Yeah, let's do 7-6.
Okay.
I was going to recuse myself at an abundance of caution for having done business with Duke Engineering in the past.
Okay,
Just being cautious.
so we don't really need a report on it,
No report.
but thank you. All right, can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Happily second. This is a great item, and I don't know, the report, it's been a long meeting. The report is wonderful, and you're doing some great work as a result of this contract. So I just want to commend you for your leadership on it.
Start voting.
I thought I had made the motion. Not that it matters that much.
He
I guess.
pushed the button, so,
Oh, he pressed the button.
yeah.
Okay.
One more.
Austin's gone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we've got that done, we've got that done. Does that conclude all of our items that we pulled?
No.
No?
We need 7.4. We haven't done 7.4 yet.
That's the avian.
Okay, so we're back to 7.4. Welcome back, Mr. Bishop.
Anyway, congrats
on
to
up, lady.
maintenance and public works team.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Megan Taggart, the Director of Economic and Community Development. The item this evening is a request to approve the memorandum of understanding between the City of Palmdale and AV Edge for a total not to exceed amount of $300,000 for 1 year. Just a little bit of history, the city entered into the first MOU with AV Edge in 2022. It expired in July of this year. The intent of the MOU at that time was to assist the city's small businesses, workforce, travel, and hospitality sectors in their efforts to recover from the pandemic. The prior deliverables in the prior MOU included recognition in AV Edge's marketing materials and on their website, speaking opportunities at AV Edge events, a voting seat on the executive committee, and then collaboration on some of their key reports like the labor market study and the roundtable report. The new MOU will include those items and also builds upon those items. And the additional deliverables include business recruitment and site promotion, participation in regional forums and broker site visits, and support for startups, small businesses, and workforce initiatives. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. And as you saw, we also have some representatives from AV Edge here that can also answer some questions.
Questions, anyone?
All right, everybody's looking to me because I got all the questions. So one, I want to thank you for your report and thank you for your partnership and leadership of, our business, all of our business development work that we do to encourage and create the viability of our workforce and on our commercial activity here in the city of Palmdale. AV Edge, I've been to many of your conferences. I know the work that you do. But I have been a little bit disappointed, to say the least, with regard to the responsiveness that I've received from the entity. I think last time this contract came before the council, I know I specifically asked for it. I think there were several of my colleagues who also concurred in those requests for information. I requested some tangible outcomes. What has AV Edge done? What have they delivered? Have they actually, created opportunities for other, commercial enterprises? The leads, have they delivered on those leads? A lot of that is incorporated into our new contract, but I haven't seen the work that they've done, or at least in writing, the tangible work that they've delivered for the past 3 years. I've asked for a copy of AV Edge's operating budget. We're being requested to approve a contract, a contribution of $300,000. I asked to know what its overall operating budget was, so that I knew how much Palmdale's piece of the pie was, so that we could gauge that in comparison. The contract now affords us one vote on the board. Is that sufficient? I don't know. And I also asked, these are very simple things. I asked for a copy of the list of board members on the AV. I haven't received that. I asked for a variety of basic pieces of information, and I've not received any of it, which is, again, disappointing. The past 3 years, AV Edge has been under a contract. From what I understand, we expended $650,000. Is that correct, for those past 3 years?
Correct.
And so that's, I did a little bit of math. That's about 216 a year for over the course of 3 years, right? This year, for 1 year term, we're being asked to contribute 300,000. So a couple of things. One, I know last year we did 300,000, so there's a little bit of a difference, but I'm just saying, juxtaposed to the 3-year construct or of the prior contract versus this 1 year, what is the difference in terms of deliverables that we're going to see? But also, do you have the operating budget? Have we looked at it? What is our percentage in the stake of the AV Edge operation? I just need more information, and the reason why I'm disappointed is because we've asked, and I've asked at this dais in public forum for the information, and I've been assured that I would get it and received nothing. And so, to that extent, I just want to make sure that this is a cooperative agreement, that we are actually working mutually, working together, and the lines of communication are open, that it's not just a one-way street, and that if there, this is pretty basic information, the budget, the list of board members as they transition, what are the board members voting on? What's being discussed on at those meetings? I just want to know what our role is in AV Edge, and what we're receiving, what we've received in the past 3 years. I was told I would have that in writing today, at least some, like a one-page summary of deliverables for the past 3 years, but I don't have that either. I know that it's an entity that works with labor, and everybody knows, there's no hiding the fact that I am 100% supportive of labor, our building trades, and any entity that's going to support creating jobs locally here in the Antelope Valley. That is a priority, no doubt about it. So I understand the importance of the collaborative work. I just need more information in terms of the functionality of AV Edge and its benefit to the city of Palmdale. On our consent agenda, the item that we just approved that delivers jobs for our maintenance yard is less than $250,000. Those are real tangibles. That's connecting, EV access, EV vehicle access, charging stations, doing a lot of really tangible things that are necessary for the functionality of our government, of our fleet. Less than 300,000, and we're getting solid deliverables. I know what I'm getting when when we voted on that contract, and it's less than the 300,000 that AV Edge is asking for us. I don't know what we're really getting. It says in the contract that we're going to get all these things now, but I haven't seen what they've given before, and I've asked time and time again for some of that basic information, and I haven't received it. I don't know if it's really incumbent upon you to respond or somebody from AV Edge to respond. I'm disappointed because I feel like I need more. I've tried and tried and tried. We approved the extension of the option to renew last time, and I asked for information then, didn't get it. And I was expecting that I would have it this time. And if this is city taxpayer dollars, and I think we owe it to our community and our public to know what that money is going to fund.
Sure. So I'll speak a little bit on the deliverables and what we're doing before, what we're doing now, and then I'll defer to Susie or Drew as it relates to the budget and the board members and all of that. So we really did, we took a very close look at the existing deliverables and the existing MOU and really came up with a plan that will ensure that AV-Edge is really providing additional services to the city of Palmdale. The prior MOU was really geared toward the pandemic, and a lot of the deliverables didn't make sense for today's world. So we went item by item and we revised things. We made sure that it was very Palmdale specific, regionally specific where it made sense, and we will be getting a quarterly report to make sure that AV-Edge is doing everything that they're supposed to be doing in the new deliverables. Okay, and then with that, I'll refer to Susie or Drew.
Oh, and then just maybe if you have any comments on why 300,000 versus, I mean, I know last year the contribution was 300,000, but prior years it was less. Why the increase? Was there more being delivered?
Yeah,
what
so
are we
it
being,
was-
what is the 300?
It was my understanding that the program was intended to build momentum over time. So the initial 150 and then 200 and then 300, with the 300 being the continuing dollar amount from here on out, obviously open to negotiation in future MOU agreements.
Because this used to be the AV Board of Trade, right?
GAVAR, I believe.
Board of
AV
Trade?
Board of Trade, sorry.
And it
GAVAR's
started
still
out at
around.
like
My bad.
50 or 60,000, then it went to 100,000, and it gets, like you said, it incrementally went up. Our frustration, and I know Andrea and I have both asked, is this is taxpayers' dollars that we're giving to this organization. And when we ask where the money's going, we shouldn't be told we don't need to know. There should be no salary on there, no salary secrets. There should be, I don't know why they think their budget and their salaries are so proprietary, like it's this big secret. This is taxpayers' money. I want to know where it's going. I want to know, is this paying for one person or 10 people? Is this paying for staff time? Or like she said, a tangible where they're going to conferences or something like that. I mean, we do get some information, but we don't get nearly as much as we should when we're spending taxpayers' money. And it's been a long frustration for me. And we've tried. We've asked questions. We've asked for presentations. And I'm hoping that this year is going to be better if we approve this. Because if this is a one-year contract, and there's a reason it's a one-year contract, because of our frustration. They wanted a 3-year contract, but we're frustrated because we're not getting the answers that we feel we are entitled to when we're spending that kind of money. And I'm not yelling at you or anything like that. You just standing at the podium. So I'm hoping that if we approve this, that we have a much more transparent use of those funds.
Ms. Tiger, can we just maybe hear from the AV-Edge entity?
And Drew can tell us who's on the board while he's here.
Do you have a list of them? I mean, these are just like really simple things.
Oh, yes, and we're happy to provide those. We provide them to city staff regularly as we develop the budget every year. We have been providing our quarterly reports. If we need to improve communication in terms of ensuring that information is getting to the right place, we're happy to do.
Can those
whatever
quarterly
that is.
reports be brought here, like to our public? I mean, can we agendize those quarterly reports? I mean, I'd never seen one of your quarterly reports, so if they're being prepared and presented, then I haven't seen them. I don't know if my colleagues have seen them, but I don't know if there would be opposition to having the quarterly report from AV-Edge on what you've done in that quarter. I think that would be wonderful, transparent information that is worthy of the public.
We'd be happy to do that.
So who's on your board?
So we have a 24-member board.
Oh, that many?
Yes.
Okay. Because like I said, were we paying for one person or 10 people?
Yeah.
Didn't realize
well,
it was
our
24.
Our board members are volunteers.
Okay.
So we have a staff of 3, and
okay.
As I said, we're happy to make sure each of you gets a copy of the budget. We do provide that. It is publicly available as we are a not-for-profit, so there are no secrets.
Is it on your website?
The budget is not, but if you'd like it, we can add it.
What is your operating budget, just annually, just generally?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Approximately.
And we're 300,000 to
Yes.
that. And how many, so you've got 24 board members, and that each board member has a voting stake, right?
Yes.
They're voting members. So there's 24 board members. Your operating budget is $1 million. We contribute 300,000. That's 30% of your operating budget, and we have 1 vote on the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I have an issue with that. I don't know that our voting share on the board speaks to, the voting power that the city of Palmdale has speaks to our contribution to the entity. So I don't know do you have any suggestions on how, do you think that that's reflective of Palmdale's
it's-
participation and share in stake in the entity, or is there a way that you would suggest that we, maybe move forward differently?
It's not something I had thought of until you brought this up. Happy to have that as a discussion when we,
How
make
are
these
your board
agreements.
members selected?
They're nominated and elected from the
Or
board
do they
and the
apply and then you
membership.
guys pick from like the applications?
We have a nominating committee that will go through the membership and look for people to nominate. About a third of our board members are up every year. They serve 3-year terms. We start a nominating process in February for an election that takes place in May.
Every year?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So there's a third turnover of the board members each year. And the nominating committee will check with the incumbents, who's interested in running again, make a determination of who's been active in our committee process amongst our other members to nominate, and then bring that back to the board.
I mean, would the board be opposed to maybe looking at its bylaws to ensure equity in terms of representation? I mean, we just heard a Voting Rights Act presentation, which goes to the heart of the importance of equitable representation on a governing board. I think the same applies here. I mean, we're contributing $300,000 and we've got one vote on a 24-member board. That's not proportional to our contribution. And so I don't know that that's adequate representation on the voting entity of AV Edge. I mean, would the board be, and I don't know if it's the president of the board or who can speak to that, but would they be open to the conversation of looking at their bylaws to amend them so that there can be reconsideration of how power and voting rights are at the board are distributed more proportional to the contributions being made by entities like ours?
I could certainly take that back to the board for discussion.
All right, Mr. Bishop?
So I know we all have our different reasons for running for council and wanting to make change in the community. I am a small business owner. I used to commute on the 14 freeway for many years, sitting in traffic, and always wondered why we didn't have enough local business and private enterprise and enough opportunity in the Outlet Valley. Well, one day I opened up my own business and small business and was blessed enough to have enough business not to have to commute. And I got on council with the goal of trying to retain and bring business to the Outlet Valley. Living here my entire life, I've realized that almost every major employer in the Outlet Valley is tied to government funding, whether it's a school district, water board, city, manufacturing, Lockheed, Northrop, they're all funded by the federal government. So I quickly realized that we're missing local private enterprise companies. So that's been my focus. I won't give up on trying to bring more business and enterprise to the Antelope Valley. I go down to cities to the south of us, and I see a lot more private enterprise, and I see what that does for their local tax base and for their local economy and the difference it makes in the community. And it's something I really feel like we should be focused on. Yes, it's challenging. Over my years on council, it has been very difficult to bring large-scale enterprise here. Luckily, within the last few years, we're able to secure the Trader Joe's distribution center. It's 1.5 million square feet. It's 1,000 jobs. And for once, it's a business that doesn't live off government subsidy. It supplies 50 stores in Los Angeles, and all the food gets made, and it gets packed and distributed all over Los Angeles. So people are buying food in Los Angeles, and it's paying for jobs up here. Now, the impact of that is huge. If you were to do the math, it adds up to millions or billions of dollars in our economy that was once never there. And once again, not tied to government funding, not tied to contracts at Lockheed that run out and expire. That the history of the Antelope Valley has been extremely volatile. And I'm sure some of you remember when some of those aerospace contracts run out. It's bad for this valley. A lot of things go down. A lot of people lose their jobs. A lot of houses open up. So it's not good. So I will never give up on what we can do It's not perfect. There has been some things that we all could have done better over the years, but I will never give up on making sure that we bring private enterprise and business opportunity to the Antelope Valley, because the freeway is getting worse, and we need to keep more people up here, and we need private enterprise because that drives everything else. And it's just not that, it's the partnerships with Edison and the water districts and everything else. We've seen the issues we've had on some of these projects where they're stalled out because we can't get work with Edison. We can't get will serve letters for businesses and housing. And this is the type of partnerships we have to have with EDGE, with all those different people who have connections that can pick up the phone and say, hey, can you get this done? Can we get this approved faster? What can we do to make this happen? One of the members that came up and spoke on EDGE is in the process and actually has already brought a 10 million square foot project that is in the entitlement process. We voted on it last year for a major manufacturer next to Trader Joe's. So I think you know who I'm talking about. But once again, without those relationships and partnerships, we're not going to be able to attract those businesses. And that's a project I'm really excited to see go right next to Trader Joe's. It's probably going to bring another 1,000 jobs. That's going to be crucial to have that relationship, to get the infrastructure in. And once again, it's millions of square feet in development. It's thousands of jobs. It takes years for this stuff to happen, but I will never give up on the dream of bringing private enterprise and business to the Antelope Valley. It's difficult. It's sometimes messy, but I appreciate the changed agreement that was brought forward, and we could all do better on supporting the local business we have here now and bringing more business into the Antelope Valley, because without that, this place is going to have a really hard time growing if all we're going to have is government jobs or government subsidized jobs.
I just have a couple more follow-up questions. How many seats on the board does Lancaster have?
One.
One? And then there are no appointments, like direct appointments? Like appointments from the municipalities, like Lancaster or any chair, anybody has any
No,
designated power to appoint?
They each city gets one appointment to the board.
Yeah.
The board of directors and the executive committee.
Okay, I'm just surprised that nobody's raised this issue thus far. It just seems a little bit disproportionate. I'm happy to hear about the subcommittee on, with the utilities, Edison specifically, so thank you for raising that. I think hopefully, maybe we can work together. I was just briefed on a project in my district, at McAdam Park also. Those charging stations, they're already installed at the park. They're ready to go. The problem is Edison hasn't powered them up. So I'm asking that AV Edge work with our city manager to install that project and deliver it for the community that's been waiting for those EV chargers. The fact that Edison is the holdup for those, that entire operation. It's been there. I mean, it's been installed for how long has it been done? It's been several months that it's just been sitting there, but it's sitting there because Edison has been the delay. Had I known that this subcommittee was there, we would have come to you immediately. But I'm hoping that now, now that the lines of communication are open, we can get that moving, get that done, and deliver for the east side. I'm also happy to see that in the contract that the compensation, the $300,000 is not just the one-time lump sum payment. The $75,000 per quarter payments are tied directly to the submission of your quarterly report. So I just want to make sure that we get those reports and that those reports, if they're not brought before the full city council, that they are directly disseminated to each of the council members, so that I'm interested. I don't know if they will read them or if they're interested as well, but I would like to see them on a quarterly basis to see what's going on and how things are moving forward. So I think those were my last questions. Yeah, those are my final questions. Thank you.
Certainly.
I think in terms of.
You want to come to the mic? There are people at home watching that won't be able to hear you.
I'm out of practice. You make a very good point on the voting members, and we will certainly go back as a board and take a look at that. But you are part of the executive board, but the real power is all 24 board members don't have MOUs. And you have, because of your funding, an MOU that directs the operations and what AV Edge will do. And we intend to do that and report to you on a quarterly basis. it's only as good as you did. And again, your staff did a very good job of taking what you have said and putting it in MOU. So that does direct it, and all 24 members don't have that. So, but thank you. We will
Thank
go
you, and
back and look at that.
thank you, and I do appreciate your commitment to go back and look at the structure of the board. I know the staff, we've given them an earful, and that is definitely representative in the new contract that was developed, because there were very tangible deliverables. I mean, in terms of lead delivery, labor market study at a minimum every 2 years, city meeting representation, industrial delivery of lead reports immediately and within 30 days. I mean, there are very, very strict requirements in terms of performance that were built into this contract. So thank you to staff for doing so and for hearing our concerns. So I'm hopeful that moving forward, that in this 1 year, this is a 1 year, not a 3 year. There are 2 options to extend, but it will come back before this council in order to extend. But I'm hopeful that we can work together moving forward, and that we can see the tangible deliverables and the outcomes by virtue of this refined contract in the year to come.
Yes, sir. Mr. Loa.
Okay, first of all, Mr. Mercy, thank you for being here, and thank all the people that came in here to provide some information to us. There have been concerns about, what AV-Edge provides to the city of Palmdale, and there have been legitimate concerns. And I believe that our staff listened to that. They sat down with you. Mr. Mendez got directly involved with that. And I understand that there were some fairly contentious discussions, all with the aim of trying to improve AV-Edge so that it provides for the entire Antelope Valley. And with these improvements, I think that we've probably got a better standing and a better understanding of what's being done. What you have to do is very, very challenging, because there has been historically an animus that has been projected by the media, the Los Angeles Times, by other medias, against Antelope Valley, trying to make this valley into something that it is not. This is a much more positive, much more upbeat, much more progressive in terms of business and the economy than what some of the elements down below would like the people to believe. So we fight against that. And from the very beginning, when I first got involved, and even before I getting involved back in 2001, it was a challenge to market our Antelope Valley, our city of Palmdale, to bring in new businesses. But over time, we overcame those prejudices. That's why we have a Trader Joe's here. Now I'm talking about the store, and now we have the distribution center. Barnes & Noble, they didn't want to come here because the notion had been presented in the media in Los Angeles that we were just a bunch of numbskulls up here, when in fact, we have a high educational attainment because of the aerospace industry that's located here and because of other assets that we have up here. But the misrepresentation from down below has always discredited the value of the Antelope Valley, so we've had to fight against that prejudice. And we've been successful, and part of that has been AV-Edge and the predecessors to AV-Edge. And part of that is the conference that's held every year to extol the virtues of what we have to offer, which is great. It's great stuff. So I'm hoping this gets approved tonight. I know that Mr. Mendez and staff worked with you guys to come out with this memorandum of understanding, and from the looks of it, it is something that's positive. And thanks again.
You're very welcome. I think the discussions were incredibly helpful with staff to develop this. There was a lot of stuff when we talk about it, we were saying the same words, but we realized they kind of had a different meaning to us versus the staff. So those discussions helped really drill down and develop these details that are in this new agreement that's going to be very positive for us, and we're confident for you as well and the taxpayers of Palmdale.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion?
I'll second.
And a second?
Motion passes unanimously.
we're going to be moving on to item number 8, appointments. So 8.1 is the nomination and appointment of 2 Housing Authority tenant members. Do we have a staff provide a report?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this item is to nominate and appoint 2 Housing Authority tenant member commissioners to serve a 2-year term to expire September 30th, 2027.
Okay.
Council was provided the applications
Okay.
for review.
We received 3 applications. I'd be happy to jump in and make the first nomination.
Well, first we have to call for public comments.
Oh, okay, public comments.
All right, any public comments?
Yes, we have public comments on this item. We have Mr. Jason Zink.
Where is Jason? Oh,
I had one for 8. Okay.
was there any other ones?
Okay,
That's
no
it?
other public comments.
Are they here? Do we want to allow them to speak if?
It's the.
Yes, they are.
All 3?
All 3 of them were invited. I believe 2 of them are here. I don't know if the
All
third
3?
individual. Yes, all 3 were invited.
And
I believe 2 of them are here.
Would you guys like to come up and speak? All right, we kind of already know who you are.
Is Mr. Griffith here? Did he show up? Mr. No?
Elected to go first.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to read this because it's easier for me. As you know, I'm currently one of the tenant commissioners of the Housing Authority, and I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your support in reappointing me for another term. It's been my honor to serve in this role. I've approached this position with commitment, professionalism, and a deep respect for the responsibility of representing the tenants' voices. I recognize that many of the housing initiatives that we approve take years to develop. In order to ensure that long-term goals are seen through with consistency and care, I believe my continued service would support that mission. I appreciate your time, your service, and the opportunity to continue to do this important work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Anybody have any questions of me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bart Griffith, and I've been asked to represent the residents of Boulders at the Lake with the housing. I've lived at the Boulders for 5 years, and it would be an honor to work with the Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Hello. Well, I've been on it for a while now, and I would like to be reappointed. I've been there at the Boulders since 28 years, like right after it was acquired by the city of Palmdale. There's certain things that I've done to try to help all the Boulders residents, like our she's not even here, our certified emergency training, which I'm actually a team leader for the city of actually it's all of AV now, it used to be just Palmdale. Also, lived experiences, I believe, really make an impact on this position. So, unfortunately, from the earthquake of '94, I was homeless, went on Section 8. A lot of people, try to box people in on Section 8, and it comes from all levels of life. Sometimes it's out of our hands when it happens. I was a foster child since the age of 11. Grew up in the system through college. Other than that, I know you guys know what I do with the city, the volunteer, and I'd like to just continue. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to nominate both Ms. Betts and Ms. Frontasines. I'm a firm believer in if it's not broke, why fix it? And I think they've been performing very well admirably and putting up with some of the antics that go on up here at the city council. So I think they deserve to be placed again.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion. I just want to say thank you to both commissioners for your service, specifically to Commissioner Betts, who has really taken a proactive role as a commissioner. I just met with her a couple weeks ago with our assistant city manager, and she had a list of concerns and action items proposed, resolutions to them. She really is taking this work to heart. She's not being compensated for this, but she really is interested in representing the tenants, and so I just want to commend her for her initiative that she's taken in her first year of service. Very much look forward to working with you in this coming year. So, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
We have a motion.
The motion to approve
He seconded.
both of the incumbents.
Start voting. Motion passes unanimously.
So that's Ms. Betts and Ms. Ferguson.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thanks for, and sir, thank you very much, Mr. Griffith, for applying and for being here this evening. There's many positions that come up over the year that could benefit from your availability and your abilities. So there's many other positions that you should look for, and I hope that at some point you will be part of the city structure. And thanks again for applying.
All right, so now moving on to item number 9.1, new business. Do we have staff to provide a report?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Janelle Sampson, Director of Operations. The item before you this evening, 9.1, is for consideration of approval of an employment agreement between the City of Palmdale and Sal Mendez. Sal has been acting as City Manager Pro Tem in the role since March of 2025. And on September 2nd, in a closed session meeting, the council voted to appoint Mr. Mendez as the interim city manager. This agreement before you this evening formalizes that agreement. The provisions are our standard city manager template. The terms contained within are designed to provide organizational stability, continuity of leadership through this transitional period.
Okay, so I guess now we are going to call for public comments on this item.
We have Betsy.
Then we have questions after that.
Betsy.
She left.
We have Jason Zink.
On this agenda item again, it doesn't even list city manager. Common sense stuff you guys can't even do. It should list also the amount of money that you guys are proposing to give to them and the amount of benefits we're proposing to get to them. The benefits is not anywhere to be found. There is such a lack of transparency, especially after Rhonda Perez was voted as our city manager. And remember, we were against her being elected or being appointed. You guys created all this unnecessary chaos. You guys all did. I mean, I have no problem with Sal Menendez, but, I don't think he's a drinker, pill popper, makes a fool of himself when he's representing the city. But I do have concerns. I look at other city managers like Santa Clarita city manager, high caliber, very high caliber. The deputy city manager, very high caliber. But I do have concerns that it took over 100 days for city street signs to be put up. I have concerns when I asked to go on a tour of the city and, months ago, so I could show him problems in the city, and we haven't done it yet. But yet, I went on with the city manager of Lancaster, I went on an hour-and-a-half tour with him. And I don't even live in Lancaster, but yet he cared. Did Sal go to AV Fair? Is he really a part of this community? Does he live in Palmdale? I have many concerns. There's just so much, you can't even put an agenda together. There's a lack of transparency still. I mean, Rhonda Perez, Drew Mercer, both AV Edge representatives, right? They didn't even go to state conferences, state economic summits to request money to represent us. We talked about $300,000, you guys. We don't know if they're spending the money on strippers or $500 bottle of wine, but you just gave $300,000 away without even seeing receipts or budget. Common sense things. But if we would have went to that state conference, we would have received $14 million. You guys we would have paid those people nothing. We'd have $14 million to build an economic strategy for Antelope Valley. Did Drew show up? Did Rhonda Perez show up? No. I could do so much better than these people, and I'm not even highly educated. It's crazy the way you guys give money and then name people, name projects after people that are in office still. It's shameful.
No further speaker cards on this section.
National research. Where's the national search for city manager?
So I want to start by saying that the few interactions that I've had with Mr. Mendez have been very, very positive. I have nothing personal against you. You may end up being a wonderful city manager for all I know. The issue that I do have, though, is, recent history says that your choices haven't been stellar, all right? J.J. Murphy, I think we can all agree he was a disaster. Cost us a lot of money. Rhonda Perez, we came to this very room and made strenuous objections, telling you why she shouldn't be hired. And again, I hate to keep saying this, but we're thinking of making hats that say PFC was right again. And we were right. Her recent escapades have proven she was not the person we wanted to be representing Palmdale in any capacity. Now, before you hired Ms. Perez, we were promised a nationwide search for an appropriate candidate. Now, again, Mr. Mendez may end up getting confirmed and he may end up being a wonderful city manager. I don't know. My only issue is that it doesn't appear to me that he has a lot of experience as a city manager. And I think given the tumult that we've seen in this city the last few years, it would be a really good idea to get somebody who's experienced, who has a sterling and lengthy record to be the city manager. And if you guys don't want to do the nationwide search, do a statewide search, do something. But this appears to be the easy way out. And again, Sal, please don't take this personally. I don't know you well enough to have any ill feelings towards you. And like I said, my only interactions have been decidedly positive. But I don't know if this is the way that this should be handled, because you guys, I don't know how else to put it. You failed miserably last time, the last two times, for those of you who were on the council at that point. So I would encourage you to really think long and hard about making another mistake without doing your due diligence. Thank you.
My name's Michael Ross. I totally agree with what Rich just said. Nothing against you, sir, but our city council has shown many times making a boondoggle on who we've hired as a city manager, even when you had the information in your hands. So I would really suggest that, you actually take the time to really look at the person who's going to have so much impact on our city. Most of you guys know that I own a business. When I hire somebody, a manager especially, man, I got to tell you, I do, even if they've worked for me for years, I'm still going to kind of put them through the rigors to make sure that they will be successful in that position, because they're going to be responsible, especially in a manager's position, for a lot of people's livelihoods. In this case, the manager obviously is going to affect our city greatly. I'm tired of hearing you guys have to ask for reports. When you were just talking about AV Edge, I can't believe you just actually gave them the money. As a business person, I'd just get out. Are you kidding? You're not giving me even the basic respect of giving me the items that I asked you for, right? So what I'm asking is that please, for the love of God, do the right thing and go and look around. He may be the man. That's fine. But make the case. Make the case. Let's see the credentials. Let's see what he's going to do. What's the plan? When I sit down with an employee, I say, what's your idea? What you bringing to the table, man? We're going to pay you a lot of money, so what are you going to do? Right? We don't do that. You're talking about you want to keep everything going the way it is. I don't. I think the way it's going is not good. So when you say to keep the continuity, you want to keep the continuity of bad things. You know, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? Because what are we continuing? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense, guys. You really need to do a national search. You're always concerned about spending money and not being sued and all that stuff. How about we spend money on the people by actually going out and researching and finding somebody, again, could be this man, who can really do the job and do the best job for our city. Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
So David Harris, Community Development Center, USA. I have had the pleasure of working with Mr. Mendez on a couple of projects and holding meetings and talking about future things. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, but this is an interim position as you make final decision. Did I misunderstand that? That's just my question. Permanent. Got it. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. We're going to go ahead and close public comments on this and open it up to council.
So if I could just ask to be responsive to Mr. Harris's question, I think it goes to the heart of my concerns and my questions about the contract. Can we get staff or maybe city attorney to just go over section 2, paragraph C, which is, I think, of main concern. It's the paragraph titled initial term. But as I understand it, in the last line, so initially he will be appointed interim city manager, which the council's already taken action to appoint him as interim city manager. But the last line of that paragraph says, upon the expiration of the initial term on January 19, 2026, Mendez shall be appointed as the city manager. I just want to make sure that we're all clear that that's what this contract does.
Hi, yes. Section 2C, the last sentence in that does read, upon expiration of this initial term on January 19th, 2026, Mendez shall be appointed as the city manager.
And so thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm not reading it inaccurately and that our public is fully aware of what this contract presents. Again, I don't have any personal issues. This is not a personal issue, Mr. Mendez. You have thus far served honorably and admirably in your position, given all that's been put on your shoulders. You've done some amazing things in a very short period of time, but I think our public demands and deserves transparency and the comfortability of knowing that it's got the best. When we hand over the keys to the city and the city managers got so much power in the council manager structure of government, the city manager really does have a tremendous amount of power, and we owe it to our community to have a transparent process. I'm not suggesting that we go, do some lofty year-long, very expensive search, but we could do a 30-day search, we could do a 60-day search. But at a minimum, we need to create the opportunity for other applicants to submit their resumes, for there to be a full vetting process that everybody is aware of and can be confident that we have selected. I'm fairly confident that Mr. Mendez is going to be at the top of that list at the end of the day, and there should be no worries because the proof is in the pudding, and his work and his credentials stand on their own. But I think the public deserves a process by which we can receive as many applicants as possible for this such a significant and important position. There really is no difference in authority, in governing authority, if he continues to serve as interim city manager while we continue on this search. January 19th is the natural expiration of the Rhonda Perez contract, so that's why that's the trigger date here. But while we go through, while I'm proposing that while we go through that, he can maintain his position as interim city manager. And then when that search and vetting process and selection process is concluded, we'd happily appoint a permanent city manager. So that would be my request to the council, is that we postpone this or continue this contract and issue a directive to our staff to initiate however wide the search, national, state, county search for a defined period of time. I'd suggest 30 to 60 days so that we can, get moving in a timely manner with selecting a permanent city manager.
Mr. Loa?
Well, I think the representation was made to the community that there would be a nationwide search, or at least a wide search. Certainly in the mix is going to be Mr. Mendez. But I think that was a representation that was made to the community. And it's a representation that was made to the council as well. So I actually join you in this.
All right, we got one.
So,
Wow.
Because I think it's a prudent thing to do. Again, I know that it's been a difficult time. But in order to make sure that the community is satisfied with the action of the city council in terms of the selection of the city manager, it's best that we conduct a search so that we give other applicants an opportunity that might bring different credentials or substantial credentials that are as good as Mr. Mendez's, or in some cases better, and in some cases not as good. But I think that we ought to conduct a search and leave this until we have been able to do that.
First off, I want to say that I am extremely pleased with Mr. Mendez's performance. He has done a extremely strong job leading the organization through turmoil this year, and I have full confidence in his ability to serve as city manager. That said, I was unable to attend the last council meeting where you guys discussed this in closed session, and however it got here, we are here now. I still need more time to think about this. I really do think that Sal is capable of doing the job. I don't know if there's enough time to go out. I'd like to bring it back. I'd like to do a substitute motion to bring it back to closed session so we can really understand what we want to do in the next few months and how we want to do this, whether we do want to go out for a search or we set benchmarks or some expectations, because I do like his style of leadership. I think he's done great for the organization, and I'd like to be a part of that closed session discussion that took place at the last meeting that led to this, because as far as I'm aware, everyone was on board, and it was unanimous at that time, 4 votes that wanted to move him forward.
So I just, I don't know how much we want to divulge in terms of closed session discussions, but the appointment of the full permanent appointment of city manager was not part of that discussion, to be clear. What I'm suggesting is not that we sort of are left with nobody to lead the troops on January 19th. What I'm suggesting is that the status quo remain the same while we do the search. He can continue once Rhonda Perez's contract expires January 19th. There's nothing that precludes him from doing exactly what he's doing now, because she has been removed of all actual responsibilities, and he has been taking the leadership role in all regards. So as of, when January 19th comes, nothing will really change. We just leave him with his title as interim city manager while the search is conducted. Time is of the essence, for sure, and so if we initiate a search, whether it be nationwide, statewide, or whatever the parameters may be, I would recommend that we initiate that search tonight, or at least the directive that staff start to compile the information and bring forth a contract of who we need to retain in order to conduct that search so that we can define the parameters of that search and get it moving quickly so that there is not too much time between January 19th and when we appoint a permanent city manager.
I understand your concerns, and I understand that a promise was made by the previous council to initiate a nationwide search, and then you appointed 2 city managers after that promise was made. I get it, but I also have different concerns. I have concerns for sending a message to staff about stability of this organization. Mr. Mendez has been working as interim city manager and the assistant city manager because we haven't been able to fill that role. He's been wearing 2 hats. And I just want to caution, there are 20, 30 cities out searching, and they're getting the same handful of applicants that keep rising to the top. And we're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars to discover what they've already discovered. I think we ought to consider the message that we're sending to the staff and the stability of this organization. To leave it in limbo for another several months. And then if we do a recruitment, we get to interview the candidates 2-3 times at the most. How are we going to learn more about them than we've already had the opportunity to learn about Sal in the many months that he's led this organization? So I get your concern, but I think that there's other concerns that aren't being considered. And I just hope we consider that.
So I have a motion and a second on Andrea's motion, right? And then
I'm going to second the counter motion.
a motion and a second on the alternate. How does that work?
So wait, so my motion, you can't make a competing motion. My motion needs to be called to the question first, but I'm not clear
No,
on.
the substitute motion goes first, and my motion was to bring it back to closed session at the next meeting so this body can discuss it formally as a whole, because I wasn't at the last meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on bringing it back to the next closed session. Can we call for the vote?
Wait. What do we, so motion in a second to bring what back specifically? Because it was never discussed, the permanent appointment of city manager was never discussed in closed session.
That's what
So
we're bringing back
the
to discussion.
bringing back is a misnomer. It was agendizing a discussion of appointment of permanent city manager is one thing. So is that's what you're just
Yes, we're
to
bringing back the
agendize?
appointment of a city manager and how we want to handle it.
And why would we need to have that discussion in closed session?
Because we're agreeing to the terms of an employment agreement. I've been at this city for 10 years, and this is how we've always done it.
So the negotiation of the terms of the agreement, yes, those can be done in closed session. The process by which we appoint a permanent city manager, I don't know that is closed session sufficient material. It's just the process by which we're going to go out. Is it going to be 30 days? Are we going to retain a consultant to do it? Is it going to be a nationwide search? Is it going to be statewide search? Those are not closed session discussions. I think negotiating the terms of the agreement, yes, those are justified closed session discussions. And maybe our city attorney has thoughts on that.
I don't see them as 2 separate items. I see them as all kind of relevant to the same thing, and they could probably be discussed in closed session.
Okay.
I just don't, even if they could, I don't know why we would want to. Don't we want to create transparency in this process so that we give the public the confidence that we've done all that we can do to deliver the best for this city?
So we can have a discussion and report out. I think that's, in my opinion, I think that's the proper way to procedurally go forward with caution and figure out what we want to do.
Okay, well, there's a substitute motion to just bring everything back in closed session. So if you want to take that up, we can take that up. But my motion still stands that we issue a directive to staff to initiate a search and to come back to us with parameters for that search so that we can move forward with that.
I think Mr. Lowe would like to make a comment.
I just want to make a comment that there's been a commitment made to the community that we do this. Well, Mr. Olson says, well, we did that and we came up with 2 that weren't so great. That may be the case. That doesn't mean the process is wrong. The process of transparency, the process of trying to get the very best city manager we can get, and that may well be Mr. Mendez. No one is leaving him out of the mix at all. But I think that we made a commitment for a process where we tried to recruit the best candidate. And that would include everyone, including Mr. Mendez. So I think that we should not vote to bring it back to closed session. We ought to vote on the original motion.
So we have to vote on the alternate motion
Yes.
first?
So, bring back a closed session discussion regarding the city manager position.
Correct.
And we have the first is going to be Christian.
Yes.
Second is Olson. Second, do we have a second? Okay, thank you very much. Start voting. Motion fails.
All right, so now we have to vote on the original motion. Right?
Yes. That's a motion by
So
Ms. Alvarado.
my motion
Motion
is,
by Andrea,
is
second by
two-prong.
Paula.
One, to issue a directive to staff to initiate a search for the permanent city manager appointment, but also to ensure that Mr. Mendez retains the position and title of interim city manager over the course of that search.
And I seconded that.
So we have a motion and a second?
To maintain the position of interim city manager, right? Typing too fast, one moment. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right.
So I just wanted to interject briefly.
Start voting.
For a second, though, so what does that mean for the agreement? Are we approving portions of the agreement, or what would you like us to do with that?
Here, let me go back to the motion.
I can take it up. I mean, I can add to the motion, but can we do this first and then we can take up the actual
Okay.
contract itself? Well, since it's so that there's full clarity. So while he retains the title of interim city manager, that all associated benefits would apply to that position. So, but we would definitely strike the last sentence of Section 2, Paragraph C, which says upon the initial term that he will be appointed city manager. So all benefits, all compensation will be consistent with his position as interim city manager, and we will strike that the provision that automatically appoints him to permanent while during the pendency of the search for city manager. And that was clarity. So my second is that
Yeah, no.
amenable.
That's
Okay.
what I understood it to be in the first place.
Start voting. One more. Motion passes unanimously.
Was that that's just to approve the agreement?
Approve the agreement minus the one.
Minus the one line.
Oh, is that for the search too? Oh, change my vote to no.
What are we doing? What?
Revote.
Okay, we want to go back to it.
I thought
So
it was just for the part to,
the motion was to issue a directive to staff to search for a city manager and allow Salvador Mendez to maintain the position of interim city manager.
I just wanted that last part. Let's revote.
Hold on one second.
What is your?
I voted yes instead of no by accident.
Okay, so we want to do that motion again? Okay,
We gotta wait.
okay.
Except the 19th motion.
I can't.
I'm just trying to understand your note, you don't want to go to,
I wanted to discuss this in closed session. That's it. I wanted to discuss it.
Represented last closed session, we did have conversations, we gave direction.
right, yeah.
So why can't he participate in what?
I wanted to include.
Guys have got to be careful. Gotta be careful.
You know so much, and you're so smart.
We're clarifying.
I'm just trying to understand this motion.
Toilet paper, as far as I'm concerned.
What's Zink saying? I can hear him.
Sorry. We had to wait for you. Sorry.
I apologize, nature calls. I don't know what happened while I was excused
Too
for a
much
minute, but I am human. Excuse myself, but yes. What are we voting on?
We're reaching the same.
Same vote.
Motion passes.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to item number 10, city manager's report.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the City Council, I'm happy to report that this is the last month of our weekly farmers market, which is being held every Friday at Oasis Park. So October 31st will be our last day. This weekend will also be Kaleidoscope. Friday night we'll bring all new we'll have a roller rink, a circus, live music from the Princess of Pop, which I would assume is Taylor Swift. Yes. All right. And Saturday we'll have a spectacular narrated drone show and a Bruno Mars tribute performance that you won't want to miss. So that's a great event this weekend. Also this weekend, the sheriff would like to come speak about, the captain would like to speak about that later, is our Halloween trunk or treat that we'll be having at the sheriff's station. It's not on my list here, but I know that's going on this weekend. Saturday, October 11th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Pozotlan Square. We will have a drive-through funded clinic for Measure AV that's being funded through Measure AV for a chipping event for our pets. Also, we invite families to defy gravity and join the magic at Palmdale's Fall Movie Night on October 17th at 5 p.m., featuring the beloved musical Wicked Sing-Along. Join us for Making Strides Against Breast Cancer on Saturday, October 25th at the Palmdale Amphitheater. Check-ins begin at 8 a.m. and the walk starts promptly at 9 a.m. Visit makingstrideswalk.org/PalmdaleCA to sign up today. Also join us for a neighborhood improvement project series on Saturday, October 25th from 7:30 to 1 p.m. The event is a community cleanup event designed to help residents dispose of unwanted household items, beautify the neighborhood, and reduce illegal dumping. Meet at the Yucca Neighborhood House, which is located at 503 East Avenue Q3 for a safety briefing at 7:30. And after the event, we will have refreshments for everybody, and this is also being sponsored by Waste Management, so thank you for that. On October 31st at 6 p.m. at Palmdale Playhouse, Halloween with Houdini, a captivating one-man show that brings the legendary escape artist to life through astonishing feats, magic, and the rise to fame. Tickets are $15 and on sale at the Palmdale Playhouse at palmdaleplayhouse.com. And celebrate Dia de los Muertos on November 2nd at 4 p.m. at the Palmdale Playhouse with live music by Mariachi Riaces de Mexico, traditional dance, and heartfelt tributes honoring loved ones who came before us. Tickets are $15 at the Palmdale Playhouse. Thank you. Oh, Captain, do you want to talk about the event that you have coming up?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I just wanted to invite everyone in the community of Palmdale. Good evening, Council, again. Thursday, coming up at 5 o'clock, we have the Faith in Blue event over here at Legacy Commons. It's a connection between law enforcement and our faith-based community. So everyone's invited to come and attend. And then Saturday and Sunday, we'll be having our Palmdale station. It's our second year of doing it, the haunted jail, as well as an open house. Saturday's more aimed at a little scarier for the more older kids and adults. We'll have a zombie apocalypse-themed haunted jail maze. And then Sunday's more of a family-themed. We'll have Sierra Highway closed down. I want to say about 80 vendors right now, a bunch of cars, and a trunk or treat event as well. I'm hoping it'll be very well attended. It's free to the community. Come on out and attend it. Overflow parking will be at the old Hammock Center parking lot, and we'll have AVTA out there as well doing a shuttle bus back and forth. And we will also have handicap parking on Avenue Q right in front of the station. Any questions? I have a bunch of flyers on the back on the table for anyone that wants to get them and share the wealth. Everyone is invited.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to item number 11, non-agenda public comments. Now is the time for public participation on items not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes in total. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have Eugene Hernandez.
First of all, I'd like to thank Richard Loa for those kind words about my wife. Him and his wife, Vera, knew Francis personally and worked with us. And as a matter of fact, I received condolences from everybody, including Juan Correa. The only one I didn't receive condolences was from my own city councilwoman, Andrea Alarcon. One time when Richard Alarcon was city councilman, he passed $15,000 to get the killer of my stepson, Robert Torres, who was an ex-Marine. And they were able to capture this killer, who was in a gang called, immigrant gang called Shady Cat Midgets. And he was convicted and given 37 years to life. And I would like to just say that this was a good memory for my wife. 40 years. She was very active. She founded Parents of Murdered Children, helping other parents, counseling them, helping to open up their cases, pressuring law enforcement and courts to close their cases. And she worked tirelessly. She was sent to San Francisco to attend a conference of the national organization. She was sent to the headquarters in Cincinnati, Ohio, to attend a conference of the Parents of Murdered Children. So she made a very significant impact. Just one thing I'd like to say, when my wife was dying on June 28th at our house, at 4 in the morning, 2 sheriff deputies barged into our apartment with flashlights and shotguns and marched over to the bed where my wife was sleeping, woke her up, shined the lights on her face, waved those shotguns, and started to questioning her. And I was told that the Adult Protective Service had sent them. I called them up, and they said they didn't send them. So I want an apology from the Sheriff's Department here. On the very day she died, September 6th, a black sheriff deputy came to our house, and she said, "I'm going to have to call homicide." We said, "Homicide? We didn't kill Francis. What would you call homicide in this particular, where we're mourning and disrupt our lives?" Well, she backed off from that. But I think Sheriff Barton's got to look into how these sheriffs treat me. People, they buzzed my house this weekend with 2 helicopters harassing me, and there was no crime happening there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugene, and we again are sorry for your loss.
Hugo Vargas.
Most foremost, I want to thank you, Andrea. I'm sorry, Laura Battencourt. In fact, you've done town hall too. You've done it before. I want to thank you as well, but especially you, Laura Battencourt. That was very informative. I really appreciate it, and I was able to pour my heart out, and you listened. And again, I want to emphasize on how important it is that sanctuary, the only wetland we have here in Palmdale, between here and Willow Springs, migrating birds, some 58 varieties of it that is recorded. It's a historical fact. And I've been living there for 37 years. Those ponds are dry thanks to this truck driver who has some 38 18-wheelers there. We have thousands of acres out there available, and he came and killed these 2 ponds. I appreciate it if you look into it again.
I have had a promise from staff that they are looking into it. So
Please
as soon as
have
we
them
get
contact
some
me.
results, we'll let you know.
You have my phone number. Please call me. And also, I'm begging, I'm pleading with you. The 32nd Street that I live on, it's a very sticky situation. It's only about less than 3,100 feet from Pear Blossom Highway to the end, which I live on T8. Half of it is city of Palmdale, R11 zoning. The other side is supposed to be like LA County, rural, A1 zone. Anyway, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I would really appreciate if city of Palmdale simply pour about half of the street, which is 32 feet legally, half of it, 16 feet, from Pear Blossom to my house in the middle of the street, crushed asphalt, compacted with the seal. When I did it on my own budget, some of it is still there after 11, 12 years. So I appreciate it, city of Palmdale.
I promised you I'd come out and look at it, and I promise you I will. I just haven't had a chance. But
That's very nice of you.
I'm going to come out personally and take a look, so I'll let you know when I come
will
out.
wait for you, and I'll be glad. I'll have some Baskin Robbins too. But one last item I want to tell people who called me and PFC racist, like Olson. I want to assure you I'm not racist. My boyfriend's name is Muhammad Gonzalez.
Jill Morantz.
She must have left.
Jason Zink.
This is the time where our state legislators, our representatives, go to the state and say, we want to present our bills for the session of next year. So what bills are you guys going to do? Ask them to put on the table to discuss. Are we going to discuss about Palmdale being the national supercommuter, and that we need an opportunity zone and we need some state resources to take care of that? Are we going to ask for Antelope Valley to have its own workforce, state-paid workforce development board? Are we going to ask for Antelope Valley to have its own regional state economic district, so we're entitled to some of that $600 million? Are we going to ask for our own Antelope Valley Conservation, Conservancy, Job Corps? Just so we're on par with all the other places, all the other regions of the state. You guys talk about how we're forgotten. We're forgotten because we don't even have our own things that all the other regions have. $10 billion bond measure, and not $1 came directly to Antelope Valley. Another subject, Lancaster eyeing 638 acres to be annexed into the city. Lancaster's aggressive. Why isn't Palmdale? Why don't we unite the city and annex the rest of the place, of our city? We're right now the 6th largest city in LA County. Why not be the 3rd? That's the kind of leadership I would be if I was running for office. I always carry this with me because I'm still always wondering how does this person still sit on the city council? Has she no shame? Has she no shame? And then here Lois said that she threw up on herself when she was representing the city at a convention. After all this, I don't know. But I do know one thing. I went to the sheriff's station. We just gave $34 million to him. And the lawn was dead. There's trees dead. There's shrubs dead. The lobby is wore out. And we just gave $34 million. I asked the lady, I wanted to speak with you.
I called you back, and your voicemail came on, and it said that your voicemail is full. I called you.
I do that because
I absolutely called you.
I wish you would have texted me because I didn't know. But the lady at the front counter didn't even know who you were. I says, Lori, And I says,
That doesn't
I was going to
surprise
tell her
me.
there's a picture of you on the wall.
It's not there anymore.
They took it down.
They took them down.
I'm just saying there is a disconnect in this city. There is a lack of strategy. There is a lack of caring. There is a lack of pride. Palmdale Historic Park is in your district. Una Lake is in your district. You haven't advocated for them once. I was the one that started Measure AV. It was my idea. $104 million later, and that $1 to preserve our history. We're going to celebrate 250 years. Our local history should be part of that movement of celebrating our country and what we contributed to our country. You should be the person to chairing the thing.
I have been pushing for a museum, but it takes time.
I know, but it's just like, I don't have time anymore.
Exactly.
Stephen Lee.
Hi there. I'm Stephen Lee, and I've been a resident for 18 years in Palmdale, and I've been a teacher for 18 years here. So I just want to address Mr. Olson's claim that Palmdale Freedom Coalition is racist. And I understand PFC can be boisterous. They can talk out of turn. I get that. But I can assure you they're not racist. I've been to dozens of meetings, and they've never done anything or said anything to make me think that they were racist. And honestly, they've been very kind and friendly to me, and it's been really appreciated because, you know, the Antelope Valley for many Asians is not a good place, okay? And for example, I had a friend who was a Filipino, and she was a teacher who had a lot of other Filipino teachers with her, and a Palmdale school official, this person was extorting these Filipino teachers for money and kept raising the fee every month, and finally got to the point where they couldn't pay it anymore, and they said, hey, I can't pay it. But this person said, I'm gonna deport you if you don't do it. And they didn't pay, and they were all deported, okay? Of course, pretty much no one I've met in Palmdale knows this story until I tell them. Only 2 people I met who know this story, and they live in LA now, okay? So this is kind of normal for Asians in this area. In addition, in the Antelope Valley, 5 months ago, I applied for a job that I really wanted. Thought I could make a real difference with working with these kids. But I was rejected because I do not have a criminal record, and I never spent time in jail. And if you don't believe me in any of this stuff, I have documents saying all this stuff. Because I asked for a reason, and they told me point blank by email, that is why. And then, so to give you an idea, this is when to address Austin, Mr. Bishop here, and Mr. Loa. You were talking about bringing businesses up here, and you were talking about the bad reputation. Well, this is part of it, but in addition to that, I've told people about this area, and when I told them, like, hey, we have 11.25% sales tax, they voted on a mayor by ping pong ball. They have the stuff that's happening, you know, with me, okay? And the response is universal. They're just like, that's crazy, okay? So when you say it has a bad reputation, it has it for a reason, okay? And I only have 3 minutes here, so I can't even say everything. But I do not want to be here at this meeting. I'm only here because I want to help PFC. But the thing is, yeah, it's depressing to me because when I reached out about the Asian discrimination, I got nothing. I even sent something out to the mayor in 2023 by email. I have that document too. Nothing. And also, I don't want to be here because you have a council member who has had multiple DUIs and that did not lose their job, and I'm a person who does not have a criminal record or, you know, spent time in jail, and I couldn't get the job that I wanted in Lancaster. Okay? I don't like being here, but I'm only doing this because I believe in PFC. All right? They may be a lot of things. I get it. They talk out of turn and all that kind of stuff, but they are not racist. I assure you of that. Okay, and then the thing about that is, a lot of times I've met people and it's like they might fool me the first day or two or something like that. But when you're around them for a long period of time, a lot of times, you know, they'll slip up. And I can assure you that PFC, they are not racist. They're not against Asians, blacks, anyone. I've been to their meetings and they never show any kind of racism. So please do not call them that. You can call them other stuff, but just not racist. Thank you.
Carolina?
Mr. Lee, if you'd like to leave your number, I would like to meet with you and talk about that teaching issue that you have.
Okay, I'll email it to you.
Okay.
I have this information, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you.
Carolina? Carolina?
Good evening, council members. My name is Carolina Ulloa. I'm a coach for P2KS, and I'm having an issue with McAdam Park to get a space for my team. I have contact many times Parks and Recs, and I talked to Renee and Ryan, and their answer is, we're full, or why don't you go look at other cities? And I'm like, these families are low income, and I do this for the kids, for sports, and they just don't have a decision for me. I'm not asking for rent for free. I'm willing to pay, and I have other requirements, and they still haven't come up with a solution for me and my team. And I won't give up on these kids because it's good for them to be on sports. You know, it's the future of our city. And today, there's a coach in the field, and last time we were training there, he said we couldn't be there, so we haven't come back since then, and I've been trying to talk to Ryan. It took 2 weeks for him to call me back. And today, Mr. Melvin from the coach from the other team, he called me, and I don't know why he got my number if I never gave it to him. So they gave it to him so they could call me, and I don't understand why can Ryan and Renee solve the issue if it's so simple to do it. And I've been trying in many ways to do the things right, and I still haven't got an answer from them. And I think it's very not professional that he gave my number to some coach that I haven't even gave the information. And I just want to have a space on Mondays and Wednesdays just for an hour. And he told me, why don't I go to other cities? And I said, the moms don't drive, they're single moms. And we've been going to the games outside of Palmdale. And I have to sometimes, because of the kids, I rent a van to take them, which we could utilize the space there. And I don't know why they just cannot help us out. So I'm asking for you guys' help in some way. I just want 1 hour on Mondays and 1 hour on Wednesdays. These coaches have clubs, and they think they're the owners of the parks. And I think it's really unfair for all of us as coaches. We're trying to do this for the kids. We're not trying to do this for money. Maybe other coaches do it for that. Like what I'm seeing on McAdam Park and other parks, they do have some type of business. And I think it's corruption, illegal. And I think it's not right because this is a sports for kids.
We have your information, right? So we can get a hold of you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry for the experience that you're sharing with us. I wasn't aware. We've got the director of Park and Recs. I've been looking at her through this entire time. We are going to work with you directly. Our public parks should be equally available to all members of the public, particularly to those that live in the community, because transportation is a challenge. Green space on the east side is difficult to find, and so we're going to make sure that we find a way to accommodate you and your team, but working with our director, we will make sure that the kids are taken care of. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chuck Murphy? Michael Ross?
I'm Michael Ross, and I'm going to respond to Mr. Olson. I had so many things I wanted to say to you after your comment about us. I took that very personally. You called my wife and my children racist. I take that very seriously. But what I really want to do is talk about the people of PFC because they're stand-up people. They stand for all people regardless of race, lifestyle, religion. Mr. Olson, I'm just going to call it the way I see it. I think that you are a hypocrite and a liar. The reason I say that is because you lurk around, you say things to my friend Rich, you play politics with people's lives. PFC, we're black, brown, white, Asian, gay, straight, religious, non-religious. We like to call that America. That's what we are. We're Americans. We stand up for all people, but mostly we stand up for the truth. And yes, we're passionate about it. if you will equivocate us talking out of turn to racism, shame on you. Shame on you. Those are absolutely uncalled for. You're not a king. You're not a tyrant. You're a human being like the rest of us. I understand you get angry. So do we. We put pieces of paper in front of you. You don't even bother to read it. You hold it up and say, this is going to cost us $15 million. You didn't even read it. Every time we keep saying we're not for this thing, you keep saying it is that thing. We get tired of it. And now we're called racists. I'm actually very glad that you said what you said for two reasons. One, now we know who you are. I think what came out of your mouth speaks from your heart. It also has helped us gain more members, interestingly enough, so thank you. There are people who are really angry about it. To me, the only thing worse than a racist is a race baiter. Somebody who uses race to put down other people and to make an argument. If you can make an intellectual argument, please do so. Great, man, that's great. You've never, ever heard me say anything like that about anybody, ever. And how dare you say that? We as PFC, we've endured a lot, man. We've been spit at. We've had things thrown at us. I was told that somebody came up here once and said that the Rosses, if this were the 50s, would wear hoods. And nobody stood up for us. Nobody. It would happen before your time. But people say things like that. And then you come in and you make a statement like that, man. That's just absolutely inappropriate. I guess that's all I have to say. I'm truly disgusted, and the fight is just starting.
Yeah. Woo-hoo. Mark Maldonado. Mark Maldonado.
Council Pro Tem Betancourt. I'm an American of Mexican ancestry. I would like to know why you, Eric Olson, think you know better than me if PFC is a racist group. Have you ever been to a single meeting? No. You haven't, but I have. In fact, I've been to many of them in the past couple of years, and what I see is a group of people committed to making their city better. What I've seen are people who couldn't care less what my ethnicity is. What I see are patriots willing to speak out when their elected representatives make a mess of things, when their council members rob them of the right to choose the mayor they want. What I've seen are people who come to council meetings with genuine concerns, who do their research and make solid arguments instead of personal attacks. What Eric did, what you have done, Eric, calling us all racists, is inexcusable. I want to say that he is an elected official, and his behavior would, if the body has any real code of conduct, be punished. But far from that, none of you even bothered to object what he did. And let me be clear here about what that was. He abused his authority to make a baseless, unprovoked, defamatory attack on a group of residents he has sworn an oath to serve. And I would point out that, like others who have made similar allegations against us and against me, Eric can't point a single racist statement we've ever made or a single position we've ever taken that could be any responsible definition to considered racist. And excuse me, and he complains about our decorum. You're an embarrassment, Mr. Olson. You're not fit to serve, and if you had any interest in accountability, you'd resign in disgrace, so rightfully deserve. Got 30 seconds left here. I'm not done. I took it personally. I have people here that are black. I have people here that are Asian, Hispanic. I've been with the Antelope Valley Hispanic Chamber since 2012. I had black staff in the Hispanic office. And I have a very good reputation here in the Antelope Valley to serve people. I've been with a lot of different organizations, and not once have I been a disgrace or a racist to anybody. So I deserve an apology, sir.
Hello. Thank everybody being here, surviving these 3 hours to finally say something. I waited this long because I feel like what I had to say is really important, and it's about the public safety of kids out here. I have 4 nephews and a little brother, and I feel like when the Los Angeles district attorney lost millions of dollars, I feel like there's going to be more issues popping up for them. And one of those issues is nihilistic violent extremists, people that want kids, invade kids' spaces like in Discord, Snapchat, Roblox, and Instagram. And it's getting kids to, inviting them into isolating them and getting them to either kill their pets or kill their siblings or get an unsecured weapon from their parents and do unimaginable damage. And it steals their innocence. First, they attack their innocence, and it's the worst thing possible. I don't want any of you to experience that. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, but it's just literally the worst thing possible, and it hangs with you forever. And do you guys know how many kids are in Palmdale? Or do you know how many sex offenders are out here? Or sexually violent predators are?
I actually have a database.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like there should be a briefing with every public official out here, or people that are in kids' spaces, like in parks, because I don't know. And I know you guys know what happened in Lancaster, where someone killed one of the kids there and dumped her body out in Ventura. I think this is a problem that's going to metastasize and go 10 times worse, and it's you guys should be familiar with internet crimes against children and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And I feel like you might be cop haters, you might not care what they say, but they have the most information out there on this kind of things, and you guys should be briefed, and every teacher should be briefed. And if these teachers align with these NVE groups, they should be kicked the fuck out. Thank you.
So Brian, just so you know, I do work for the Sheriff's Department, and I am assigned to the cybercrime unit, if that gives you any comfort. So maybe we can have lunch and talk.
Yeah. And to follow up also, for any of those who are concerned about the location of sex offenders, while I was at the California Attorney General's office under Attorney General Bill Lockyer, we launched the Megan's Law website. It is available now, readily accessible to the public. I think it's, I just pulled it up. It's meganslaw.ca.gov. If you put your address in, it'll give you the location of every sex offender who is registered.
They travel cross country. They not might not
I
even be in your
understand,
radar.
but I'm just giving access to information to those who want it. If you want to put your residence, you want to put your school address, or wherever your kids are at daycare, you can see exactly where the registered sex offenders are, what they're
If we get the
they're
local
required
ones
to
under,
register
make
for.
sure that they don't have
Just
any
letting the
unregistered
public know.
electronic
We don't need to-
devices. And if they don't have
We
access to
have
unregistered emails.
We have a compliance team that monitors them. So that's
Like,
why we should have
is
lunch.
it-
You and I will have lunch.
Is it like a monthly, weekly thing, or is it, because someone can just pick up a phone and then just automatically do that and get rid of the phone?
It depends on whether somebody notifies us or if we're going out on a sweep. A lot of times we get weed tips, like when you contact the weed tip hotline, those anonymous weed tips that come in, the Crime Busters. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all, but we'll investigate based on those too. So there's a lot of different access points for us to initiate contact with them. We have to have a legal reason to contact them. So,
Okay.
yeah. So
thank you.
let's have lunch.
You have my phone number?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have Denise. I knew you wouldn't try that last name. Hi, guys. Full transparency, I'm a Lancaster resident.
You're still welcome here.
I am still welcome here. You guys are doing a great job. I love the city of Palmdale. I love the Antelope Valley. I think we've made some great changes here since I moved here in 1996. But I came here today to say that I have been watching the Palmdale Freedom Coalition for the last 4 years. And what I've seen is not just here in Palmdale, but in Lancaster,
in all of our school boards. These guys are disruptive, dismissive, rude, obnoxious, constantly interrupting the council in your order of business, and don't even abide by the basic standard of decorum in public meetings. I'm grateful to Andrea and Eric both for being here and being the target a lot of times of their ire and what's pointed at you guys, and thank you guys for standing up here and always being respectful back. What Eric said 4 weeks ago was overdue by about 4 years. So thank you very much for standing up for the city of Palmdale.
We have Phyllis Mendez.
Oh, Felix.
Escucho muchos argumentos. Nosotros en Salva, en el 2022, recibimos muchos stickers en nuestra oficina. Vimos aquí en el concilio lleno de personas en favor de que le quitaran los fondos a Salva para servir a un banco de comida, salud mental. Aquí yo escucho que salud mental es muy importante, pero quisiera saber dónde está el dinero para salud mental que había en Palmdale para atender a la comunidad. Nosotros en Salva servimos banco de comida, salud mental, tenemos programa de vivienda, que no veo el logo de Salva incluido en el proyecto de vivienda. Nosotros atendemos a salud mental, violencia doméstica y muchas veces jóvenes que están en proceso de fosters, que no tienen vivienda, les estamos ayudando. Sin embargo, no vemos nosotros incluido esa información de nosotros acá. Entonces, no sé cómo poder trabajar en equipo con todos esos grupos que dicen que buscan lo mejor para la comunidad, pero siempre están atacando el trabajo de cada uno de ustedes. Yo creo de que es bonito que nos sentáramos y hablar y hacer proyectos que empoderen a la comunidad, en vez de venir a perder el tiempo, atacar y atacar y atacar. Entonces, así como ocupan el tiempo para esperar 3 horas para hablar, deberían de crear proyectos de desarrollo para la comunidad. Nosotros hacemos talleres para traer más información, que personas que están en el proceso de crecer su negocio, de abrir su propio negocio, traemos la información para que el condado invierta fondos en esta área. Sin embargo, todo el trabajo que nosotros hacemos no es bien visto por muchos de ellos, porque trabajamos muy de cerca con la comunidad latina inmigrante. Y ese es nuestro enfoque, esa es nuestra visión y misión. Y ustedes lo saben, estamos en el mes de la hispanidad, donde no nos pueden borrar. El aporte de nosotros es muy fuerte, la mano de obra es muy fuerte. Entonces lo mejor que podemos hacer, vivimos aquí, trabajamos aquí, crear programas de colaboración para crear más fuerte el Valle del Antílope y la ciudad de Palmdale. Gracias, y gracias a todos ustedes.
My name is Adriana Gallo, and this is for Eric Olson. Like many PFC members, I am an American, yes, Mexican. I don't appreciate you calling me a racist. I don't appreciate you calling any of us racist. You have nothing to back up that charge, nothing that would suggest that you or anyone from anyone from PFC is a racist, and you also accuse us of being hypocrites. You claim to be concerned for Latinos in our city, but I didn't see you trying to get a Latino elected for your district. Maybe that's because you think you, a white guy, knows what's best for us. If you are so concerned about racism, why did you even try to get PFC to recall the only Latina in the city council, Andrea Alarcon? It seems like the only racist and hypocrite here is you. And why did you think it was okay to bring up Trump, who some of us voted for in the last presidential election? As a councilman, you are supposed to be nonpartisan, but clearly you let Trump derangement syndrome affect what little judgment you have. who we or anyone else supports for president has no place at a city council meeting. You, Eric Olson, owe us PFC an apology, and you should remember that we know how to recall someone who abuses the position and power. That's it. Thank you.
No further speaker cards on this section.
Well, she told you.
Okay. In past meetings, Councilman Olson has told lies and made accusations about myself and my fellow PFC members, like calling us bigots, racists, haters, trying to rile up the crowds. He attacked myself and a friend over an eye roll a couple of weeks ago after we had actually left the room, saying it was racist. Yes, I roll my eyes often, probably dozens of times a day, watching TV, listening to the radio, etc. Not just here. It has nothing to do with race, but when people make stupid remarks or spread lies, there's a name for what he is taking part in, whether he realizes it or not, and it's really sad, along with a majority of liberals out there. Speech like this is what has led to the attempts on our president's life and has recently led to the assassination of Charlie Kirk in front of his family and millions online, and now attempts on the lives of law enforcement and ICE officers nationwide. It is called stochastic terrorism. If you don't know what that is, here's the definition. Stochastic terrorism is the use of inflammatory, often coded or indirect language by public figures to incite random, unpredictable acts of violence against specific targets or groups, making such violence statistically more probable without directly calling for it. There you have it. This needs to stop right here and now, nationwide, both sides, Republicans, but mostly Democrats, before anyone else is killed or attacked. Thank you for listening to me.
In case anybody doesn't know, I'm Rich Gallego. Man, I had a whole lot of things that I wanted to say tonight. Unfortunately, 3 minutes isn't going to do it, so some of these folks have already addressed some of it. So I'm just going to say this. The morning after your unhinged attack, defamatory attack on PFC, you called me in an effort to explain your actions. Now, you've doubled down on them since then, but I don't understand, if you were so righteous in what you said, why did you call me the next morning to kind of walk it back and do damage control? And here's the fact. You called us in that conversation, you said that we were hypocrites, and your temper boiled over because of it. And your reasoning was because we were against keeping masks off of ICE agents, and we were for keeping masks off of people during COVID. Those two issues are not anywhere near related. And if you really don't have the intellect to understand that, then you really shouldn't be sitting there. You call us racist, and you're nodding your head there saying you have evidence. I'd like to hear that evidence, because you know what? If we have racists in our group, I will address it. But we've never said anything racist. You might think because we disagree with you it's racism, but that doesn't make it so. We've never embraced any policy that's racist. And by the way, the woman that came up here earlier about the soccer club, you know who she came to first for help because she wasn't getting satisfaction from the city? She came to us, PFC. So if we're racist, we're not doing a very good job of it. And the reason this is so important, Eric, in case you still don't get it, you are an elected official. You are and ought to be held to a higher standard. It's not some yo-yo out on the street that just pops off like the woman that was up here a moment ago who's never been to a meeting and doesn't know any of us personally, right? You have some clout up there and you abused your authority. It's not okay. You owe us an apology. What you said was wrong. It was a lie. It was stupid, frankly. And it was cowardly because you said it after we left. I expect more of you. You and I have had a pretty good relationship up until this point. But you really screwed up. And by the way, you're the one who called me and suggested that we redirect our recall efforts to Miss Alarcon, the only Latina on the council, instead of Rex Paris. So by your standards, I'm thinking that makes you a big racist, doesn't it? But you call me a racist? I'm married to an Asian? My kids are biracial? What are you thinking, dude? You got to stop popping off before you know what it is you're talking about. You're a disgrace at this point. You need to beg forgiveness. You need to offer a full retraction. And if you had any character at all, you would resign. You are a disgrace. I really expected better of you. And then you divulge closed session information to people out on the sidewalk, me being one of them. Did you guys know that he's doing that stuff? Mr. Loa does, because I signed an affidavit for him to give to the district attorney. So if you think you can trust this man for anything, you better think again. He's a Judas, he's a liar, he's unfit.
Marcia?
The calendar page is turned and it is October. So I am once again standing here in front of you, blessed to be here in my 21st year of being cancer-free. Thank you, thank you. Yes. So I again ask you to look to yourselves, to look to your family, to look to your friends, co-workers, and encourage all to take care of themselves, to take advantage of all the wonderful ways we have to determine our health. And please do that. I was diligent to a point and then not, and I almost got caught. I was lucky. I got away with it. But right around the corner, I could not have maybe not been so lucky. Mr. Sanchez, I'm sorry, as a person sitting in the audience, Sanchez, sorry, that you had to go through that today. You were on the agenda for one purpose, and it turned into a lot of something else. So you were very stoic. I watched you sitting there. I wish all of this had been decided before it was brought to a council meeting. So I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Also, for those that don't know, when we went to the 5 council, the districts, and got rid of, the mayor was no more, that very first meeting, they had to decide how they were going to move forward. You know, they're going to figure out how this was all going to work. So they decided that first night that they were going to have it's always an honorary mayor, but how to pick one, you know, for the first year till it got it all worked out. So they decided that they would put the 5 council district balls, yes, they were balls, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I know, don't be laughing, guys, 5 balls in a bag, and someone was going to pull one out, and that was going to be the honorary mayor. Well, I'm sorry to say I stepped up to the plate, you know. So,
thanks, Marcia.
So happened that I was proud to pick the first woman to sit in an honorary as the mayor. So there was no high shenanigans going on or anything behind closed doors. They worked it out to go through the rotation down the path. But that's how it was up front. That's the way it was. And also, real quick, when we went to Lancaster for that joint meeting about the disaster, where we gave them $10 million for nothing, the question of room for everybody was brought up at that meeting, and you guys were there, and it was said that it's first come, first serve. There would be no reserving of any seats for Palmdale residents, Lancaster residents. You're just better, you know, first come, first serve. So Palmdale, if you live way out there in the boonies, you might as well just stay home.
Yeah. Thank you. And Marcia, I will see you at the Cancer Walk. The Cancer Walk can you let people know the date?
I'm sorry. It actually is right after our next council meeting, but it's the 28th at Marie Kerr at the amphitheater is where they start. They do the breast cancer, and for anybody that supports breast cancer, caregivers, just anyone that wants
Husbands,
to.
wives, family members.
It's a sorority actually that puts it all together. It's growing every year, and we walk all around the park. And but I will remind everybody.
25th.
So I will remind everybody at the next council meeting.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Marcia.
Where's our $10 million from Lancaster?
No further speaker cards.
George. George, come on up. So quiet.
So on another note, I want to talk about the event this weekend. I want to add to what the captain said, the trunk or treat and the event that's happening. So it is our second annual Haunted Jailhouse. This is top of the notch jailhouse, haunted house. It's Universal Studio stuff. We have professional people coming up. We got all the inmates were sent to Lancaster for the weekend. They came and cleaned up the jail. We're going to make it scary for the weekend. Okay, last year was our first time we did it. We had like 5,000
Yes.
people showed up. It was packed. Okay, so this time it's going to be even bigger. That's Saturday. Sunday is a big event. You know, Sunday we probably expect about 10,000 people there. We're closing Sierra Highway from Avenue Q all the way to Q6. We have on the side of the Palmdale Sheriff Station, we have 84 vendors, commercial vendors, showcasing their products to the city. On the opposite side, we have a lot of jumpers for the kids. We have a big kids area for the kids, right? We have 15 food trucks. We have 2 stages. We have the main stage. We have live bands all day going on. We have probably 150 to 200 cars on display. It's a car show. We got motorcycles, bikes, lowriders, hot rods, hot rats, you know, all kinds of different cars, right? We have prizes for the winners, okay? I'm missing some. We have on another stage, we got DJs. We have magicians throughout the day. We have a professional yo-yo dancer, I'm sorry, thinking something else. You know the yo-yo, right?
Oh, yeah.
A championship yo-yo guy,
Okay.
right, coming in. So we have lots of activities the whole day, so I'd like to invite you guys, encourage you guys to come up. I heard it's not official, so take it off the record. Jay Leno might be here.
He's a very big car enthusiast.
Yeah, a couple
and
years ago-
he spends a lot of time
A
here.
couple years ago, we had Machete came, right? He said he was coming next year. We advertised it, and he didn't show up. So we're not advertising that Jay Leno's going to be here.
Okay.
Okay, it was a rumor, just a rumor. So that's it. Just wanted to invite you guys
And,
over.
and aren't you going to have like a little shuttle too to get people to?
We
and from?
have, thanks to Mr. Richard Loa, yes, we have 3 shuttle buses, AVTA. People are going to be parking over at the Hammock Center. We're going to shuttle, you know, to the station to the front.
Good.
It's
Excellent.
going to be a great event.
It is a great event.
It's from 12 to 6 p.m.
Get there a little early.
Get there
'cause you're going
early.
to stand in line.
We have a ton of candy for the kids. So if you're a grandparent, bring your grandkids. It's a good time to pay back to the parents.
Excellent. Sounds like a great time.
It is going to be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Anyone else? Did you already speak?
He needs to speak.
Oh, the gentleman in the green shirt?
Mayor Pro Tem, after this last speaker, can we please get a motion to expend the meeting because we're coming up on 10 o'clock and we still have
Okay.
some stuff to do.
Okay.
It's 10:30.
How you doing today?
Hello, sir.
I forgot I was wearing a green shirt.
I wondered why you looked at me so strange.
The entertainment level is really great around here. I personally am not offended by a dumbass. What'd you say your name was again? Mr. Olson, right? Concerning you, I don't have a problem with you either. I think we ought to give you a third hat. His. Because I think you could do a better job. And that's if you're just dumbass. You can do a better job. So I'm not offended by what he said because I think he's a dumbass. He should be embarrassed by what he did. Because I can guarantee you what Mr. Gallardo said about the lady who come up here was said about 4 years too late. Should have been said 4 years ago. Mr. Loa, I've watched you in many of the meetings. A little more on the reasonable side. Some of you are not. And the fact that someone didn't turn around and say, "What the hell are you talking about?" Kind of makes me wonder about the rest of you. The only one I don't like, because I haven't heard much of anything he said, is the bald-headed dude over here because he doesn't have any hair. I like hair.
I do too. It's unfortunate.
I would have people, of course it's thinning out a little bit now, but I would have people yell across the parking lot, "Jester, nice hair." You know why? Because they were all jealous.
Yep.
Most of them had shaved their heads off because they didn't have enough to have anything up there. But just so you understand, getting a little light here, but just so you understand, I understand exactly why they're offended to him. I'm not. I don't give a. Had a friend of mine say, "Hey, you know what? One thing I like about you is all these guys that work around here, you don't let them give you crap." And I don't. So yeah, I think you ought to stay there, and I think you ought to wear his hat. You guys have a very good night.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, I'm going to close public comments, and then I need a motion to extend tonight's council meeting. Could I get a motion?
So moved, but I just want to be clear. I think the city clerk was clarifying that our requirements are beyond 10:30. So,
Right.
So we
because
don't.
we are going to go to closed session, we still have council reports. I don't know how long those are going to be, but in anticipation that we go beyond 10:30, I'd like to move that we authorize that this council continue its business beyond 10:30.
Okay, I have a motion with a second. I have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
I'll say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Okay, great. All right. Now we're going to go to item number 12, council reports, announcements, and requests for future agenda items. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
Oh, here, go.
I'll go. Because I want to address the things that were said. You know, I challenge everybody to go back and look at my original rant. And if I said the word racism, okay, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. What I said was the two people that rolled their eyes, that were heckling the speakers, I could guess their intent. That's what I said. The two people. You went and mischaracterized it and said unequivocally called every single one of your members racist. That is not what happened. Go back and look. I said those two members that rolled their eyes, and you've acknowledged that they're boisterous, talk out of turn, roll their eyes, and that was what I was explaining my frustration was, the not allowing everybody to participate in the democratic process. And since then, defending this notion that I called every single one of you racist, you've said things like my boyfriend is Muhammad Gonzalez mockingly. That doesn't sound normal. The same person said, you called your own people of your home country camel jockeys. Yes. The moderator of your Facebook group had to drop out of the high school election because she called her own grandchild the R word while defending her husband who called Barack Obama muzzy and houseboy. And she's the moderator of your Facebook group. And I have proof of that.
It's a separate group. That is not the Palmdale Freedom Coalition.
It says Palmdale Freedom Coalition.
It's a separate
It's a group. It's the moderator of the group.
We have nothing to do with it, Eric.
Okay. But she's a member. You said if any member of your group says racist things, that you will address it. I'm providing examples of what I hear that sound racist to me, because you said that if it's racist, you'll address it. I think calling Barack Obama houseboy and muzzy is racist. Okay?
That's what happened during
They're members of your group and they're putting this online. No.
This is his time.
This is my time. In this chamber, twice you said
let's not
members
have an
of your
argument.
twice in this chamber, members of your organization said that it's not racist.
Can we get the deputies maybe to intervene?
I get to respond.
We need decorum in
This is
room.
exactly what was the frustration.
I'm not going to sit here and let you lie
Twice.
about us.
You guys, it's
time.
Councilmember
Mr.
Olson's turn
Gallego.
to speak.
I'm not listening to you.
Well, see, that's the problem. You don't stay long enough to hear the response. response because you don't want to hear it. You only want your point of view heard. You don't want other point of views to be heard. So you do this. You speak out of turn.
Point of
You
order.
try to harass people when they don't agree with you, and that was my point of frustration. I'm trying to respond, but you never allow them, just like you didn't allow those other members to respond. Sir, you have pee on your pants.
You're a race baiter, big guy.
So twice in this chamber, you said it can't be racist if they're illegals. That's wrong. You said that you get called racist all the time, and it happened before I was on this. Why do you get called racist all the time? I don't. One of your members said I get called that all the time just because I'm white. I don't get called that. My other friends that are white don't get called that. Why do you think you do? That's it. Like, go back and watch the videos, look at the Facebook group, get to know them, get to know me, and make your own decisions.
That was an absolute lie, everything you just said.
So
This is a council.
The topic, hello.
Reports.
This was the whole
Hello,
point of the original rant.
This is council reports. We need decorum in this chamber. City manager, city attorney, deputies. Can we maintain decorum in this council chambers, please?
We're taking a pause.
Can we pause? Yeah.
We're
let's-
pausing the meeting. We're going to go ahead and step in the back until things calm down.
Okay. Taking a break.
If you want to.
Yeah, I guess I'll finish by saying my original frustration was by them not giving people the opportunity to speak. I rest my case.
All right, Mr. Bishop, informational report?
It has been filed.
All right, Andrea?
Yeah, my report has been filed as well. A couple of things in terms of future agenda items. Last council meeting, the council voted to add 2 additional investigations onto our agenda. They were not on this agenda, so I'm hoping that they're on our next council agenda. It's the status report on the investigation with the city manager, as well as our review of the city attorney's contract. Also, happy news, Hispanic Heritage Month, because our second meeting in September was canceled, we were not able to properly honor and commemorate the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month, which began on September 15th, 16th, and it concludes on October 15th. So we will be formally recognizing all of those who contributed to events, supporting events over the course of this past Hispanic Heritage Month at our next council meeting. And then I think we're going to have some dancers and others. So it should be a fairly festive celebration. So that will be our next council meeting. Mr. Eugene Hernandez, I just found out about your wife's passing today earlier as I was walking over to the library, and I ran into you. I did not know, I was not aware of her passing. I extended my condolences then, I extend my condolences now. And so I apologize if I didn't extend those condolences sooner. I just was unaware of her passing. Your wife's work in terms of parents of murdered children in the San Fernando Valley was coupled along with, I don't know if you were aware of this, was coupled along with my parents' work in establishing victims of lost loved ones. My parents lost my 3-year-old brother, and so my parents established victims of lost loved ones, working directly and MAD, and working with the organization that your wife founded to provide the much-needed support for those who've lost the children unexpectedly. And so I just want to let you know that my heartfelt condolences to you, to your family, to the legacy that your wife leads. I think that's it.
Mr. Lara?
Well, in the interest of time, my
It's been filed.
my statement is
Okay.
part of the agenda today, and I guess we can just go to closed session.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and, I guess, number 13, presentation by city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem.
Are we still in the same day?
Hello. Oh, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. It's finally to number 13.1, which is our closed session. We have 2 items on there, and for one, I'm going to ask Councilmember Alarcon to recuse herself, and for the other one, Councilmember Loa to recuse himself. And I don't care which order we take these items. You can flip a coin if you have a preference. And
You
we
call
will.
it.
Yeah.
But can I just get clarity on the legal justification for us to recuse ourselves? We have no financial stake in it. Why do we need to recuse? Why can't we be present?
Well, because there's a conflict of interest in discussing your own allegations in any investigation. And so it would not be proper for you to be present while council has these discussions.
Okay, although I sort of, I didn't know that you were going to ask for us to recuse ourselves from the items. I'll surely not participate, but I don't know that having a conversation about allegations without the opportunity to respond to those allegations is appropriate. But in any case,
And guess who that happened to?
I mean, it happened to, well, everything, I don't know, there's been,
Yeah.
you were provided the opportunity to respond, you just chose not to come back.
After,
You chose not to.
hour,
Okay,
hour and a half
okay,
or whatever time you took to
okay, all right,
set it up.
All right, now, as much as
So-
I'm sorry.
Can she just call in which one she wants to go forward with?
Oh, let's do Councilmember Loa first.
Okay, so I'll just
Yeah,
stay
you'll
out here.
recuse
But wait,
first.
there's more.
Oh, there's more?
Because as much as I don't want to, but I'm required to, because it's a rule, and I don't break rules, I must now call for public comments.
There are no public comments, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. There are no public comments for this item.
All right. Having
You
no-
had me really
no
nervous.
slips, I will go ahead and close public comments. So now we can adjourn, I guess, to the back for our closed session. All back, so welcome back at 11:22 on a lovely evening. If we can get an announcement by the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So for our first, I guess, investigation update of Councilmember Loa, the reportable action is this is a multifaceted investigation in regards to the criminal violations pertaining to the tow incident. The district attorney has reviewed the materials and declined to file charges. The Muni Code violations from this incident and the remaining allegations are pending investigation and review. There is no other reportable action. For the second item, as to the investigation of Councilmember Alarcon, the City Council initiated an investigation in 2024. The City Council removed Councilmember Alarcon from the boards based on that investigation. The City Council is monitoring additional alleged incidents being investigated by other agencies. There is no other reportable action.
All right, and with that, I am going to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Francis Hernandez. Our next meeting will be October 21st, 2025 at 5 p.m. right here in this council chambers. This meeting is adjourned.